Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. And while you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early, all right? Shout out to Miss Nisi. Shout out to my man John Guillory. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Kevin Smith. And shout out to DeAndre. Shout out my man Carlton Way in the building. Shout out to Carlton Way. We got Betterworth in the house. What's good with it, bro? All right. Shout out to my man Alpha Male Pimp Network. What's good with you, bro? It is good to see everybody. All right. So we're going to talk about some interesting things today, as always. All right. First, we got to talk about two crypto topics, man, because the crypto is just doing so well, man. It's just doing so well. Shout out to Alonda and shout out to DC Precise. Shout out to my man DSB. What's good with it, bro? First stream sponsor. My man has been standing on business for 2 months. Make sure that you show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from my man DSB. Standing on business for 2 months.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Good to see you as always, bro. And shout out to my man John Guillory, standing on business for 20 months. That is definitely what's up. Make sure y'all show John Guillory some love.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
So let's get into this, man. And let me ask y'all this before we go any further. This is just a prelude to what we about to talk about. How many of you all would say forget my family over politics, over the 2024 election? If you would, give me a thumbs up. If you would not, then throw some clown faces in the chat. All right. But as you guys can see, look at this right here. Crypto bull run in full swing. BlockDAG capitalizes with 100% bonus. Ethereum Foundation hits $788 million. And Solana surges. All right. So, the crypto market, it ain't doing as good as it been the last couple of days, but it's still killing them, man. It's still killing them. You know what I'm saying? Bulls are in full control as the crypto community enters its latest bull run, coming off of wider news cycles with ATH within crypto, as well as the end of the year excitement. The Ethereum Foundation, BlockDAG, and Solana are all trying to capitalize on the momentum and give their holders reasons to celebrate. The Ethereum Foundation's treasury has reached $788 million in crypto assets, while Solana value has continued to soar amid pro-crypto victories. All right, so we know what these pro-crypto victories are. What are the pro-crypto victories? Meanwhile, BlockDAG has its own personal milestones to celebrate, with the project crossing $120 million raised and 15 billion coins sold. The new promo code BullRun100 comes in to continue building off that momentum and engage bulls to push their direction. All right. So again, from what most of these indicators are saying, shout out to my man TD and shout out to Shamika. What's good with y'all? What most of these indicators are saying is that we haven't even fully gotten into the bull run cycle yet. This is just like a push through right here. You know what I'm saying? This is just a push through. Ethereum Foundation's vision for crypto success. The Ethereum Foundation continues reinforcing its unwavering belief in Ethereum potential, with its treasury holdings reaching a solid $788 million in crypto assets. The Ethereum Foundation's commitment to its network is evident in its decision to hold 99.45% of these assets in Ethereum, demonstrating its long-term perspective on the success and growth of Ethereum. All right. Despite some community concerns over transparency, the foundation remains dedicated to funding important public goods for the Ethereum ecosystem and ensuring its future stability. $181.5 million has been allocated to the non-crypto investments. The Ethereum Foundation is positioning itself to navigate market fluctuations while supporting the Ethereum network's growth. As Ethereum's active addresses and on-chain volume rise, the Ethereum Foundation's financial strategies provide a strong foundation for the ecosystem's continued expansion. All right. Solana value surges after a pro-crypto victory. Now, you guys know what we talked about yesterday. Shout out to Saka. What's good with you, bro? You guys know what we talked about yesterday. We've seen the predictions for Solana for end of the year prices of Solana to get on a low of 600 and at a high of 1,000. Either way, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to PJ Allen. What's good with you, bro? All right. Solana value surges after a pro-crypto victory. Solana's value has soared to new heights, largely driven by renewed optimism surrounding cryptocurrency market following Donald Trump's pro-crypto victory. All right. Donald Trump's pro-crypto victory. So y'all better thank a TD Media Group. Y'all better thank a TD Media Group. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, you better thank your boy TD. You know what I'm saying? The Solana value has surged, hitting a multi-month high and pushing its market valuation to an impressive $94 billion. That is pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. Analysts believe Trump's victory could pave the way for Solana to gain approval for its ETF, despite ongoing legal challenges with the SEC. Now, let me ask you guys this question. If Solana gets an ETF, where do you guys see the prices going? Yeah, I think KG is Scorpio too. He is Scorpio too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Way. You know what I'm saying? All the Scorpions in the building, get over here. Hold on real quick. Of course, my computer is acting wild. Yeah, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Yeah, I guess it is. I didn't know it was, but I guess it is. You know what I'm saying? But happy birthday to him. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Solana's bullish momentum is apparent with substantial trading volume and increased demand. The market confidence and Trump's promise of a more crypto-friendly regulatory environment have sparked investor excitement and is fueling Solana's growth. All right, so as you guys can see here, BlockDAG is offering a 100% bonus, a gateway into insane returns. All right, so let me ask y'all this because I'm not real familiar with BlockDAG. Let me how many people have heard of BlockDAG, or is anybody involved with BlockDAG? Let me know. You know what I'm saying? Let me know if what y'all know about BlockDAG. BlockDAG offers a 100% bonus, Bull Run 100, and irresistible incentive that showcases the project's commitment to rewarding its growing base of supporters. As one of the most exciting layer one pre-sale coins in the market today, BlockDAG's momentum is undeniable. So we definitely got to keep our eye on this. The project has already raised over 120 million with 15.3 billion coins sold since the pre-sale began. Currently priced at 2 cents, BlockDAG's coin has shown early buyers a staggering, look at this, 2,100% return on investment already. 2,100% return on investment. All right. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, be prepared for the monolith to call us Illuminati for making money from crypto. Hey, they could call me whatever they want to. You know what I'm saying? if things go the way that I want them to, they ain't gonna be calling me at all. They ain't gonna be calling me at all. You know what I'm saying? The combination of its new and improved technology, massive community engagement, and impressive pre-sale stats make BlockDAG one of the most sought-after cryptos in the market. All right, so we gotta keep our eyes on this. The timing couldn't be more perfect as the crypto market finds itself in a bullish state that is propelling BlockDAG forward. The 100% bonus offer is just the latest in a series of promotions aimed at rewarding loyal buyers and enticing those still on the sidelines. The mainnet development is nearing completion and should be ready for its testing phase soon. BlockDAG is seeing an influx in miners on their app, game, and sales of their physical mining rings. BlockDAG's pre-sale stats speak for themselves, but the added validation of increased buyers availing the promotional miners flocking in is helping the project grow to new heights. All right, so now this is what everybody's been waiting for. All right. What is the best crypto investment during this bull run? So before we get into this paragraph right here, I want to ask y'all, what do y'all think is the best crypto investment in this? What is the best crypto investment in this bull market? If you ask me, no investment is ever really good in a bull market, but let me know what you guys think. Buyers are excited by the prospects of this Q4 bull run, engaging with the currencies they are holding in a new way and looking for new opportunities outside of their current holdings. The Ethereum Foundation is putting itself in a position to hold steady amid market fluctuations and support the Ethereum network, while Solana is capitalizing on the broader acceptance of crypto, especially with the institutional adoption around the corner. BlockDAG is North Star right now, offering a 100% bonus and having the pre-sale numbers to validate trader involvement. Everyone loves a good deal, but a good deal backed by excellent quality could win new backers. The promotion is only live for a limited time, so buyers are trying to get in quickly. All right, so again, my question for you guys would be, what do you all think are the tokens to pay attention to right now? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said BTC, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is always the one. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin is always the one. What did we say? 2 million% since its inception? 2 million%. Man, imagine what is the opportunity cost on people not getting into Bitcoin in 2008? How much money have people lost? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said Ethereum and Solana. Yeah, I would agree. You know what I'm saying? I would agree. So Ethereum price prediction. Justin Sun, y'all remember him? Who is Justin Sun? Everybody was supposed to have a Lamborghini. What happened? As Justin Sun cashes out $61 million of Ethereum, experts say this meme coin staking platform might 20x. So let's take a wild guess. Which meme coin staking platform are we talking about? Shout out to DC Precise. What's good with it, bro? Anyone. Long-term DC Precise says Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. You know what I'm saying? What about for the flip bag? What about for the flip bag? So if you ask me right now, and I'm going to ask you guys how you feel about this, I believe that Ethereum is still severely underpriced. If you guys agree and you feel that Ethereum is underpriced, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel that Ethereum is underpriced, then give me a thumbs down. And I've said this all this year. I feel that Ethereum is way underpriced. I think that the appropriate price for Ethereum is anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000. And it'll get there at some point. It just hasn't got there yet. But I think that Ethereum is still very, very much so underpriced. And if you ask me, I also think Solana is underpriced. You know what I'm saying? So now here says the Ethereum price surged 8% in the last 24 hours to trade at $3,404 as of 4:30 a.m. Eastern time on a trading volume that soared 42% to 64.101 billion. The crypto industry's second largest cryptocurrency skyrocketed 40% in the last week. Now, let me ask you guys this question, and you know we got to do this every time we do this, right? Every time we do this, we got to ask the question. Has your 401k skyrocketed 40% in the last week? What about your money in the bank? Let me know. With this price going from $2,440 just before the U.S. election triggered a rally to the current $3,404. The biggest altcoin's impressive rally led Tron founder Justin Sun to cash out a chunk of his Ethereum holdings. Reports say that Sun transferred 19,000 Ethereum, which was worth around $60.83 million at the time, to the crypto exchange HTX. All right. At the time, the transfer caused Ethereum's price to see a slight rejection from a resistance at 3,250, which stopped its progress briefly. But Ethereum quickly bounced back as bulls were not discouraged by Sun's move. So I want you guys to understand the implications of that. Justin Sun has so much Ethereum. He's got so much of it. You know what I'm saying? He's got so much Ethereum that his move from his wallets to his exchange triggered a price change. You know what I'm saying? That's wild. Instead, the coin kept going up today, November 12th, which led to its current price. Still, Ethereum has quite a way to go to reach even its previous records from earlier this year, as it climbed beyond the $4,000 mark in March. Meanwhile, its ATH all-time high is still at 4,891, unchallenged from November 2021, leaving Ethereum quite a lot of potential for further growth. So now we're going to take a look at the Ethereum price prediction, all right? Ethereum price is still battling resistance at $2,400 at the time of writing, as this level ended up being quite difficult to break. The project's technical indicators reflect this struggle, but maybe they can also show what might happen next. For example, the coin's Bollinger Bands are seeing another widening, but the price has separated itself from the upper hand and is now balancing it between the middle point and between the two lines. This suggests that the overall sentiment is still bullish, but there is some hesitance among buyers who are unsure how far the price will go before it starts correcting. All right. The project's relative strength index suggests this too, with the metric dropping as soon as it touched the value of 70, only for it to slow down as it started approaching the neutral zone at 50. This suggests that the traders believe a correction is coming and are following technical indicators very closely to ensure they won't suffer losses when the drop begins. With the RSI now at the neutral zone, traders could push in either direction. FOMO could kick in and push the price further down, which is a high possibility given the fact that Bitcoin's price is correcting right now and is suffering a rejection at the value of 90,000. All right. And that's what we're witnessing today. Shout out to Sybil. What's good with it, Sybil? So that's what we're witnessing today, is that rejection from the value of $90,000. All right. Still a dominant coin, Bitcoin will likely indicate even Ethereum's behavior in the hours to come. Fortunately, there are alternatives that are currently resistant to the market volatility. So promising alternative to Ethereum. So again, we see this coin called Crypto All Stars being mentioned. All right, and the ticker for it is called STARS. So this is another one that we're gonna keep our eyes on. With the market riding a frothy high and some investors already taking profits, this might be a good time to look toward alternative options like Crypto All Stars, an innovative new meme coin staking platform that is still in pre-sale and thus has all its potential upside ahead. This is a new meme coin project that's created a new type of smart contract staking known as Meme Vault. All right. Unlike regular staking contracts, Meme Vault lets you stake 11 major meme coins. All right. So the meme coins that this lets you stake are Pepe, Dogecoin, Shiba, Floki, Brett, Mog, Coin, Milady, Turbo, Toshi the Cat, COQ Inu, and Bonk. All right. All of these that they just listed are performing very well. Shout out to Alonzo. What's good with it, bro? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. More options are to be added in the months ahead. Some analysts even say STARS has the potential to become the heart of meme coin staking. All right. Claybro, a crypto YouTuber with over 131,000 subscribers, says Crypto All Stars has the potential to 20x after launch. All right. So now, I don't know what that means, right? Like, I don't know, what I'm saying, how accurate that dude is. I'll have to check out his content and see. STARS tokens are on sale for 0.00, basically 2 cents, and can be bought with Ethereum, US dollar Tether, Binance Coin, Doge, Pepe, Floki, Shiba, or credit and debit cards. If you plan to join a project that's already raised more than 3.45 million, buy before a price hike in less than 3 days. All right. So I'm not sure exactly where this STARS is going to be sold at, but they got a lot of hype behind it. So I'm interested to see how it does. All right. So what we about to do now, we about to take a listen to what Joy Reid had to say. All right. We about to listen to what Joy Reid had to say. If I could find this video. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Yeah, okay, right here. All right. So Joy Reid is advising people to distance themselves from family members who voted for Trump. Now, this is why I'm asking this question. How many of you all would do that? If you would do that, give me a thumbs up. If you would not do that, give me a thumbs down. If you would do that, let me know why you would do it. If you wouldn't do it, I'm pretty sure I know why you wouldn't do it, but just let us know anyway. So let's see what they're talking about real quick.
I recommend just from a psychological standpoint, being around them. We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not.
So I want you guys to, does this sound like, does this sound pro-family?
Psychological.
Does this sound pro-family? Joy Reid and this woman here are encouraging people to break up with their families as a result of politics. Now, let me ask you guys this. Is this monolith enforcement? If this is monolith enforcement, throw the monolith emoji into the chat. Yeah, I got to agree with Marlon. Shout out to Marlon. Marlon says, man, these people are losing their minds. Wow. Bro, facts. If you guys agree with Marlon, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Could never be that deep with me.
Do you recommend just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood. And it's
now check this out, right? Now, check this out. I'm going to ask y'all this question. Y'all see the crypto, right? Y'all see the crypto. Now, let me ask you this. If you're a crypto investor, who voted in your best interest? The people that voted for Harris or the people that voted for Trump? Let me know what you guys think. Shout out to Black Women Stand Up. What's good with it?
It's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually talked to.
Now, did it go against your very livelihood? Did it go against your livelihood? Now, shout out to Not of This Church. Not of This Church said, yes, the family members that voted for this man need to have their morality questioned. This ain't about money. Here's my question. Why do they need to have their morality questioned? And here's an even better question. What is morality? And who determines morality? Shout out to Carlton. Hey, hit the button, y'all. Hit the button. Hit the button. Yeah, shout out to Marlon. Marlon said the stock market shot up too. Harris was chasing this economy. This economy crashing. Yeah. Now, check this out, right? Now, if it's all about the wealth gap and it's all about power and resources, if you're capitalizing off of power and resources, how is it moral to starve yourself out? Now, shout out to Not of This Church. Not of This Church says, because they willingly put the lives of their mothers, wives, and daughters in jeopardy. Explain how. And anybody in the chat can take these questions too. How? How did they do that?
Adults as well as advising parents for children. I mean, I think
now, and also if these women are independent, I don't understand how anybody else can put them in danger if they're independent. If they're independent, they're fully capable of maintaining their own safety, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Independent means fully capable of taking care of yourself, which means that no one else can put you in danger. You're in full autonomy and full internal locus of control of yourself. You don't get to have both worlds.
I don't think that you should force children. I don't think you should force adults to be around people just because they're your family. I think there's a level of, need to establish boundaries. And if you feel like you need to establish boundaries with people, whether they're your.
Now, let's shout out to Not of This Church. Not of This Church says, when you vote to have a national ban on abortion, that puts lives in danger. What, the lives of the babies? And I'm pretty sure that there's not a national ban on abortion. I'm pretty sure that what happened in the Supreme Court is that the states now have the power to determine whether abortion is legal or not. Is there a signed national abortion ban on the books? If anybody can validate that, let me know. If that's a true statement. If that's a false statement, then let me know.
your family or not?
Bro, facts. Shout out to Ryan Glenn. Ryan Glenn said, "Why are they assuming that a Trump presidency wouldn't affect men? And why aren't they shaming women who didn't vote according to the priorities of men?" Women made up the biggest voting bloc. Is that true or false? Women made up the biggest voting bloc. The total amount of people who voted in this election, the majority of them were women, right? Is that true or is that false? Somebody let me know. So if you ask me, right, women have voted according to their priorities. At least that's what the election says, right? So what you see here is that the people that the Democrats cater to, the culture of the Democrats is indicative of the people that the Democrats cater to. There is absolutely no concept of being responsible for the actions taken. Women voted in their interest. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Not of This Church. Not of This Church says, "What are the priorities of men?" I'll tell you what they're not. They're not uterine and ovarian control. They're not uterine and ovarian control. There's not very many women who are concerned about prostate cancer, testicular cancer, prostate hypertrophy, any of that kind of stuff. There's no women that are concerned about that, and there's no women that really vote in those directions to deal with those type of problems. Another thing is parental control, right? If you're a woman, then there's nothing wrong with you voting for women issues. Just understand that there's nothing wrong with men voting for their issues too, and it's not indicative of misogyny, and nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares for people who want free votes. That's all that this is about, is wanting free votes. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Why wasn't testicular health on the ballot? And I'll tell you what, healthcare is always on the ballot. Isn't one of the things that the Democrats allegedly are for is healthcare for all? So when you see healthcare on the ballot, the only thing that you see is ovaries. That's interesting. And the thing that I find so weird about it is it's if it's your body, your choice, then vote for your body and vote for your choice. And how is it taken for granted that men's health comes first? Give me the metric that it's quote unquote taken for granted that men's health comes first. This is just a statement that you're making. If men's health comes first, then why did you ask what men's priorities were? Men's priorities are so buried under the layer of media nonsense that you came into the chat and had no idea what a man's priorities would be. Think about that. Now, one of the most concentrated on health issues in the United States is cancer, heart disease, diabetes. Those are issues that are had by everyone. men and women. Now, the interesting thing about it is that the Democrats have tried to frame this quote-unquote abortion thing as a quote-unquote healthcare issue. No, I'm not. I'm not establishing you're the one that's coming in here telling men what we need to vote for because women who have the larger amount of voters can't get it done. It's not our responsibility to vote for any female issues. It's not our responsibility. That's your responsibility. That is women's responsibilities and men who prioritize women over their own well-being. That's their responsibility. I established a hierarchy of relevance in comparison to voter blocks. If men are a voter block and women are a voter block, it's not anti-women for a man to vote in a man's interest. That's you trying to frame the argument like that because you don't have any other argument to make. That's like expecting somebody to go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of pickles because you like pickles. Nobody cares what you like. If they're going into the grocery store with their money, they're going to buy what their money pays for them. That's how that works. That's how that works. What you want is a charity case. Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? And I'll tell you what, maybe a charity case would be better if there was a better economy, but the economy has not been good enough to where people can provide charity cases like that. And then I also asked you what are morals and who creates the morals? And you didn't answer the question. My leading question was, why would you separate from your family member who voted for that thing? Yeah, why would you do that? You can, and you clearly would, but what that shows is that you really don't have a strong concept of family. You don't believe in autonomy. I said it's a moral consideration that their vote placed lives in danger, and I'm telling you that it didn't. Who's died? Let me ask you this question. What kind of hospital is able to set up for a conversion from a vaginal pregnancy to a C-section? What kind of hospital does that? You have deaths all over the United States. But if you're so concerned about this issue, what I need you to do right now is I need you to tell me what type of hospital can convert to a from a vaginal pregnancy to a C-section. Tell me what kind of hospital can do it. And tell me the situations of why they would do it. Also, here's another question. What is the first line treatment for ectopic pregnancy or for a stillbirth? Let me know. Because if you can't answer these basic questions, the first question that I'm going to ask is, when's the last time you've been to a GYN? The second question that I'm going to ask is, are you really that concerned about women's reproductive health? Yeah, well, that's not true. Where are you getting this information? That's not true at all. Most deliveries are C-sections because it's financially advantageous. Where are you getting that? Where are you sourcing that information from? That's not a true statement at all. That's false. That's misinformation. And it doesn't matter if you're not a doctor or a woman. If you're interested in these issues, I would at least expect you to have a basic understanding of what you're arguing. You have been through 2 pregnancies. You speak from experience. So so your 2 pregnancies tell you that C-sections are the most financially advantageous. C-sections are a surgery. Natural births are not. How is a natural birth more expensive than a surgery? You know what I'm saying? Explain that. And so the 2 pregnancies that you experienced, did they end in abortion? Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi said 1 pregnancy, 1 vaginal delivery for me. Facts. Now, as everybody knows, the first line, right? The idea is for the pregnancy to be vaginal, for the pregnancy to be natural. If you're not able to do it, if the mother is at risk or the baby is at risk, that's the situation when they would convert a vaginal pregnancy to a C-section. A C-section is never a first line. That's why they have a term that's called VBAC, vaginal birth after C-section. You know what I'm saying? Not of this church said, my wife's 2 pregnancies. No joke, C-sections are surgeries. That's literally what I said. Natural births are not more experienced than C-section. Natural is more dangerous. That's not true. That's based on the individual indicators. That's absolutely not true. It depends on the indicators. And if your wife successfully, and now, how could an abortion have helped your wife? Actually, I'm not speaking stupid. And they probably performed a C-section because she had an indicator. Either she wasn't crowning large enough, or the baby was turned in an awkward position. And again, you're showing your colors because you're calling names. I haven't called you a name 1 time, and you're sensitive. And you're sensitive because you don't know about the issue that you want to come in here and talk about. This is why your wife can go into labor and they perform a C-section if it doesn't look like your wife can have a viable vaginal pregnancy. Oh, yeah, you said I'm speaking stupid, bro. And I'm not speaking stupid at all. I'm very versed on these issues. And I don't know if you're aware, but you're not the only person that has ever, quote unquote, gone through a pregnancy. Yeah, see, shout out to Marlon. Marlon said that happened because my son was breached. So they had to do a C-section. Facts. Or you could have all kind of stuff happen. There could be graft versus host. You know what I'm saying? There could be everything. It is. It is. Because if I'm speaking stupid, then you're saying that I'm stupid. And you're also trying to sit here and say that I'm not, the things that I'm saying aren't true. And they are. You can look all this stuff up. You know what I'm saying? So tell me what I'm wrong about, since I need to grow up. Not correct myself, grow up. Whose life is getting saved by an abortion? If people want to campaign for abortion, they should just campaign for it honestly. They should campaign for it honestly. Now, was your wife protected by your support of abortions? Is your family more complete as a result of the abortions? You had both of your children, right? I'm just saying. Somebody make it make sense. Nobody cares about that. And look, just so we're clear, he said we out, bro. I mean, we don't care. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask y'all this question. And shout out to Tark for enforcing the likes. How many of you all care that Not of This Church is out? If you guys care, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't care, throw a clown face in the chat. So now look at this. According to New York Post, 55% of Latino men voted for Trump compared to 45% who voted for Kamala Harris. Now, let's ask this question. Why is that? Why is that? What somebody had made the comment about Latino men and Latino people having a lot of babies. If they have a lot of babies, they will probably want to protect the women from any type of issue that they would have during pregnancy, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says you spent too much time on that loser. Oh man, I might have. You might be right on that, DC. Shout out to AB. What's good with it, bro? I might have. But y'all enjoyed it though, right? If y'all enjoyed it, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. It's just wild to me how people are able to, the mainstream media and people like that are able to just say mis and disinformation, and there's no mechanism to correct or control it. But if we get determined for saying mis or disinformation, they'll get rid of our channels. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll wake up and our channel will be gone. But these type of individuals can just make all kinds of wild, out-of-pocket, false statements about medical claims, and it's just okay. It's just okay, and it's wild. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me ask y'all this. Shout out to y'all for Project 2028, and shout out to J007. Should we do more content that talks about women's health? How many of y'all would be down to do that? If you guys would be down to do that, give me a thumbs up. If that's not something that y'all are interested in, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. So I think we got the point about Joy Reid, and you know what I'm saying, her and her friends sitting up here talking about the family needs to be shunned. And we even had somebody that agrees with that, right? Somebody who was able to viably have a family, you know what I'm saying, who said that, you know, family members need to be shunned as a result of their voting choices. Now, if you ask me, right? If you ask me, that does not sound very pro-family. Shout out to Jay Cage. What's good with it, bro? That doesn't sound very pro-family, to just dump your family members because of a political disagreement. Doesn't sound very pro-family at all. You know what I'm saying? It actually sounds highly anti-family. And as much as people talk about the importance of family, it doesn't make sense why somebody would engage in that kind of behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Democrats lost the White House, the U.S. Senate, still waiting to see if Republicans will keep their majority in the House. If they do, that would put the GOP in the majority across all three powerful segments of the U.S. government. CNN host Reid is all over Democrats for losing.
They blew it. There were other issues the Democrats flubbed, which inflamed the opposition and depressed their base. The first big error was the Biden administration's blindness to the collapse of the immigration system and the chaos at the border. The second error was an overzealous misuse of law to punish Trump, the dominance of identity politics on the left, which made it push for all kinds of DEI policies that largely came out of...
Now, look at that. Pay very close attention. You guys remember what I was saying about the era of invisibility? Now, pay very close attention. This is a guy that's from CNN, all right? This is a guy that's from CNN.
Democrats lost the White House, the U.S. Senate, still waiting to see if Republicans will keep their majority in the House. If they do, that would put the GOP in the majority across all three powerful segments of the U.S. government. CNN host Reid is all over Democrats for losing.
They blew it. There were other issues that Democrats flubbed, which inflamed the opposition.
Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to go through a bunch of content where we're looking at the Democrats point the fingers at each other. And what's interesting about it is that they're pointing the fingers and they're saying things now that we had been saying at the beginning. We've been saying these things at the beginning. And when we were saying them, somehow we were quote unquote MAGA agents. But now the truth has come out and the Democrats have lost this race just in a wild and spectacular fashion. And somehow now they have all the accurate critiques. My question is, if they had all of these accurate critiques, how come they didn't engage in any of these critiques while the campaign was going on? What happened? Let me know what you guys think. What happened?
And depress their base. The first big error was the Biden administration's blindness to the collapse of the immigration system and the chaos at the border. The second error was an overzealous misuse of law to punish Trump, the dominance of identity politics on the left, which made it push for all kinds of DEI policies that largely came out of the urban academic bubble, but alienated many mainstream voters.
Well, look, that all follows the backlash that Democrats.
Now, when he says that alienated many quote unquote mainstream voters, all right, when they say they alienated many mainstream voters, who are the mainstream voters that they're talking about that have gotten alienated? Who are these people? Let me know in the comment section who these people are, these mainstream voters. Because if you ask me, what's going on right now is the case for 2028 to establish an entirely new style of advertising towards voters. So when they say, quote unquote, mainstream voters have been alienated, who are these mainstream voters and how are they going to get in touch with these mainstream voters?
Are seeing Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton particularly double down on his remarks protecting women's sports. He says his party is not capable of having open discussion.
You told the New York Times, quote, I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete.
And I stand by my position. You know, maybe I didn't get all the words exactly right. But the point is that the backlash I've received proves my point that we.
Now, look at this. This is where you get into this. Now, again, we've talked about this issue before. We haven't had, and shout out to DBB and shout out to Black Free Thinker. Right. Who are the urban academics? Who are these people? Who are they talking about? Again, pay very close attention to the language because all of this is getting set up for 2028. All of this is getting set up for 2028. Now, when they talk about the quote unquote mainstream voter that has quote unquote left behind, do you guys agree with Black Free Thinker here? If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker here, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down and let me know who you guys think that they're talking about.
Of having open discussion.
You told the New York Times, quote, I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete.
And I stand by my position. You know, maybe I didn't get all the words exactly right. But the point is that the backlash I've received proves my point that we can't even have these discussions as a party. And we've got to be able to have these debates. But instead, we have a wing of our party that shames us, that tries to cancel people who even bring up these difficult topics, and frankly, shames voters.
Man, I feel like we're a fly on the wall inside the Democrats' big house. Goodness, so much tea. A New York Post op-ed reads this way: Democrats love to demand diversity, equity, and inclusion, but rush to exclude anyone they don't like.
Now, see, this is important, right? Trump's stunning comeback victory has cured America from the quote-unquote woke mind virus. Now, let me ask y'all this question. What is the implications of this? Democrats love to demand quote-unquote diversity, equity, and inclusion, but rush to exclude anyone they don't like. Play the race card venomously to hypocritical effect. Now, if wokeness doesn't have anything to do with race and it's not about race, why is it that they never refer to any of this stuff as the quote-unquote gender card? Why don't they ever talk about the gender card?
Play the race card to venomously hypocritical effect. And we've seen in women's sports actively destroy fairness and equality. Outkick founder Claire Travis. Well, I tell you what, I was shocked to hear Seth Moulton talk about they wouldn't even listen to him. Didn't he run for president at one point? The answer is yes.
Look, I think what you're now seeing, Harris, thanks for having me on, and congratulations to your Kansas City Chiefs on an unbelievable field goal block to stay undefeated.
Wow,
yesterday.
I didn't know we were going there, but thank you.
They're never going to lose. They're never going to lose. But look, the reality is Democrats are now, many Democrats say in private for a long time, which is the overall Democrat.
When they say the far left wing of the party has quote unquote, the far left wing of the Democrats has quote unquote destroyed the quote unquote Democrat brand, what does that mean? So again, basically what this campaign is doing, right? This campaign is effectively trying to block out any of our voices to make sure that anything that we talk about, right? anything that we talk about is completely blocked out and not a relevant issue going forward in 2028. And you guys are going to see this play out in the advertising. All right.
For many traditional Democrat voters, whether it's Elon Musk, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard, heck, I was a Democrat voter.
You guys, who are they? Who are they saying? Who are they saying? This is what I'm saying. So again, pay very close attention. Project 2028.
Is the far left wing of their party has destroyed the overall Democrat brand for many traditional Democrat voters, whether it's Elon Musk, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard. Heck, I was a Democrat voter until they started trying to tell me.
What is a traditional Democrat voter? This is one of the reasons why all this stuff has to be laid out very clear. What is a traditional Democrat voter?
Things that I knew to be objectively false, and I couldn't stand for it anymore. And I think there's a lot of rational, reasonable, persuadable people out there that are saying, hey, if you're going to tell me that a man pretending to be a woman should be able to win a women's championship, and that if Congressman Moulton there, who has 2 daughters, can't say what almost every dad in America believes, which is this is crazy, then what in the world are they standing for? That those ads that Trump ran, I thought sealed the deal for a lot of Latino, for a lot of Black, Asian, and white dads out there. This is crazy, and that's why I think you saw Trump just winning to such a degree with.
So now, again, let me ask you this question. If you vote for men being in a bathroom, how are you protecting the daughters, the mothers, and the sisters in your family? Remember that came up earlier in the live stream? Voting, quote unquote, in one particular direction is not protecting the quote unquote women. How are you protecting women if you vote for men being able to go into their private spaces? How does that work? Somebody help me out and explain that.
So many people who traditionally might not have supported him.
Look, as you put it, I never thought we'd see the day where people would start within the Democratic Party to say something that you can clearly see from the outside. They are navel-gazing. They only want their view in the room, which is why they couldn't hear Americans across the country saying, no, Bidenomics actually don't work. I mean, there was no way they could hear that if they won't even listen to people in their own party.
Hey, everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me.
All right, so there's that. All right. So now, next, again, we're going to take a look at this little news clip here from Chris Cuomo. All right. And let me look at this. Hold on real quick. Hold up. See, look, I want y'all to pay very close attention to this. Right. And if you ask me, right, it's not just a time for the quote unquote Democrats to quote unquote rethink their strategy. I think that other people should rethink their strategies as well. And the reason why I think that other people should rethink their strategies as well is because if anybody brings any type of talking point or any type of initiative and is packaged anything similar to what Democrats were saying in 2024, right? Which we know the Democrats have hijacked a lot of stuff. Anything that sounds similar is garbage, is scrap. It's not going to work. No one's going to listen to it. You know what I'm saying? So is that saying that, things can't get done or things can't get accomplished? No, but what it's saying is that there's going to be a low likelihood because as a result of this wipeout, everyone's going to fear a wipeout subsequent to this if any of these issues are attached. And this is one of the reasons why you see this fallout. What's really happening is this isn't a fallout. What's happening is this is a Democrat changing of guard. This is a Democrat changing of way. This is a destruction and a rebuild. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Chris Cuomo did in full effect after this election. Now here, we have the opportunity to say what you're not going to hear, okay? First, we start on what we both know to be true. Right now, our energy and effort is best spent on what happens now and next, right? We should be focusing exclusively on what's going to be done now to deal with the problems that we all know we have, okay? And I'm not talking about staffing, 74 days to staff up. Who cares? They're going to staff up. We'll judge who they pick, right? And all this gossip about what did Biden say? What did Harris say to Biden and then say to Trump? And then who cares? Who cares? Okay? It's just lazy, right? What is the first policy move? How does it need to happen? And what are the sides saying about it? That's News Nation. But that's not what the insiders want. It's too hard, right? So here's the state of play instead. On one side, you have the victors. Former President and now future President Trump has the victory and is having others figure out how to staff and get the government going. He's not that interested in that. Just ask Bill O'Reilly. Politically, though, he's making a call, and it is the easy call. And I'm somewhat impressed that he's making it, which is, let the Democrats stew in their own juices. Because the more they stay stuck in what happened, the more time he has without them being an equal adversary. Now, I wish he wouldn't. I wish he would be talking to you right now on this show tonight about what he wants to do and how he's going to get it on board and why it's the right thing for Congress to go along with, whether or not he controls the House with his party. But I get the political play. So instead of what we should be doing, you're being bathed in the autopsy. Such desperation in the media and on the left to explain and blame instead of just capitulating, giving your head over to the opposite.
Now, what Chris Cuomo is saying is true, right? And the reason why we'll go through this, right? We're gonna go through this, and we're gonna show all of the shaming, and we're gonna show all of the blaming that the Democrats are doing. And what's interesting about it is that they don't even have any introspection to be able to turn around and be able to look at what they did incorrectly, because they did a lot. They did a lot incorrect, and we, for the most part, we called it all out. We called it all out, but in the midst of it happening, no one was willing to accept reality. And again, this rejection of reality is one of the reasons why. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said these people still haven't defined what woke is. Silly MFs. Right. And I'll tell you what, one of the reasons why they don't define what woke is because if they do, it's going to reveal exactly what's going on. Right. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Biden ran to the left and won. Women ran to the right and lost. Yeah, facts. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Obvious. We all see what happened. Let's do the Q&A quickly, okay? Did it matter to some voters that Kamala Harris is a black woman? I think yes. Was it a negative or a positive? I think both. And I will stipulate that it may well have been a negative for more voters than a positive. So is that why she lost? Sexism, racism? I don't see it. A role?
So now again, Chris Cuomo was slick with that, right? Listen to what he said. Shout out to Key 5. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to SD Johnson. What's good with it? Listen to what Chris Cuomo just said. Listen to what he said, and then listen to how he goes back on what he said.
Let's do the Q&A quickly, okay? Did it matter to some voters that Kamala Harris is a black woman? I think yes. Was it a negative or a positive? I think both. And I will stipulate that it may well have been a negative for more voters than a positive. So is that why she lost? Sexism, race?
So if it was, so let's just make this assumption, right? If it was a negative for the voter, then that would have definitely contributed to her loss, right? If you guys agree that that would have contributed to her loss, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree and you don't feel that it would have contributed to her loss, then give me a thumbs down.
Racism? I don't see it. A role? Okay. But we know it wasn't what was everything. We know it wasn't what they're making it. Why? Because black voters were turned off on Democrats too. Only 68% of the vote to Harris in New York City. Not since 1988 and Dukakis, a Greek, did we see that number. Latinos turned off. Every demo was turned off. The only increase Democrats can boast is with the LGBTQ plus community, and they deserve support and representation. But there's an argument that increase came at a cost because the Democrats grossly underperformed with the demos they needed. And no.
And again, we're going to get into it, right? We're going to get into it. But the Democrats are blaming, they're blaming the very people that vote for them for this loss. They're blaming the very people that vote for them for this loss. So it's wild to see, right? It's wild to see. And we're going to get into that.
Trump didn't grow a new base. Is there even such thing as a bro vote? I mean, maybe. But the issue of men and why they're voting and not for Democrats is a deep dive. And we're going to do it, but not tonight. But trust, podcasters didn't deliver Trump a victory. You did. Here's the truth. Biden got 3 million more votes than Harris. Biden got 3 million more votes. Trump got more Black and Latinos and even held with women, even young ones, even after taking a right from them. Why? Because voters like you are more interested in your reality, your pocket, and your safety.
Now, let me ask y'all this. Who agrees with what Chris Cuomo is saying right here? If you guys agree with what Chris Cuomo is saying, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
You're more interested in that than about Trump's profound failings as a human and the imagined insistence that he is the next Hitler. Period. And if you need more proof, look around the globe. We're seeing similar movements all over. The struggle is real. There is no need for boogeymen. Trump doesn't have to be the next Hitler. Democracy does not have to be in dire desperation for you to get elected. The Democrats have a chance to learn and move on. And I want you to see the good news, regardless of who you voted for. See, this is what people are missing. There is good news in this election. One, it's over, and there was no drama. Now, of course, let's be fair. Trump was the concern about causing drama. And bravo on Democrats for walking the talk and accepting the outcome. They didn't have to. They didn't think they were going to get their asses whooped like this. But they've accepted it. And let's hope that acceptance holds with the outcomes of the House races, assuming they're fair. Next, we proved something with this election that I've postulated for a while here at News Nation. Social media is not reality. We are not.
How many of y'all, social media is not reality? Social media is not reality.
Not as divided as the parties want us to feel. Voters of all kinds spoke. Prices, practicality is what matters.
Shout out to Maxima. What's good with it, bro?
Most. We share more than what is used to divide us. That's good. More good news. The Democrats, even if they take the House, and the chances of that are in the show tonight, they have been gifted a chance to change. Will they listen to the voters and forget their fringe? This election showed.
Now, this is interesting, right? Who is their fringe? Who is the Democrats' fringe? We gotta pay very close attention to what they're implying in a lot of these news segments. When they say the quote unquote Democrats fringe, who are they talking about? And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell and subscribe to the channel.
Something that I know this isn't going to go over well, okay? But you got to believe I'm coming from a good place when I tell you what I'm about to tell you, because it's true. The Democrats need to focus less on who is woke and more on who is broke.
There you again, we're going to keep showing this because we know what the code word for woke is, right? And shout out to Lehman Lucas, bro. Facts. This should be pretty easy. When they say woke, who are they talking about? What are they talking about? Let me know in the comment section. So again, you see this is coming all the mainstream media, regardless if it's Democrat media, regardless if it's right-wing media, regardless if it's independent media, they're all talking about the same thing. They're all saying the same thing. So again, this is one of the reasons why I keep saying they moving from the post-supremacy era to the era of invisibility. Facts. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, now they definitely need to provide a definition for woke. Now, shout out to SD Johnson. SD Johnson supplied the implied definition of woke. If you guys would agree, largely 95%, when they say quote unquote woke, they're talking about black people, in particular, black Americans. If you guys would agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
This isn't going to go over well, okay? But you got to believe I'm coming from a good place when I tell you what I'm about to tell you, because it's true. The Democrats need to focus less on who is woke and more on who is broke. You got to focus less on who is woke and more on who is broke. And by the way, you can do both, and you should. But you can fight for the little guy in all areas, not just identity. And you do not have to be fixated on putting the needs of the few on what must be accepted by the many. You don't have to do it that way. It's not what the law requires. I don't think it
needs of the few, right, against the needs of the many. The language is clear.
is what anything requires. More people in this country need help from the government for their safety and financial security than for their parenting or their identity. And here's the best news. News Nation is built different, okay? It is built to cater to critical thinking independence. All are welcome, of course. Of course, I can't be choosy. We're trying to grow here. But I don't back your team, okay? Because parties and how they pervert our process is the root of the problem. Now, guess what was the largest voting bloc in many places and was at least tied for first? Independence. First time ever. There were more of us than Democrats, and absolutely as much and as many as there were Trumpers. No majority, not yet, but more independents voted than self-described Democrats and just as many as Republicans. And that was a story in that story, right? You had more people identify as Republicans and vote than Democrats. Why? Because there's a Democratic registration advantage. Okay, so reconcile. The reconcile is a lot of Democrats left and turned independent more than on the right. Not a majority, but a plurality now.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. I think one of the things that needs to be done is that there needs to be discussions, quote unquote, amongst us about an idea of what, quote unquote, populism looks like. Because what's interesting about this is that in all of the political conversations that we got going on, there's not very many discussions about populism. And if you ask me, populism is a very important concept. If you ask me, populism is one of the things that won Trump the 2 elections that he did win, and it's one of the things that got America's cultural focus shifted. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to my man Maximo. Maximo, longtime channel member, channel OG, coming back to the family. We definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure y'all show Maximo some love, funding the organization and growing.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. So now here's my question for you guys. What is populism and what does populism look like? Here's an even better question. What does a populist movement for us look like? Anybody got any examples? Anybody know? Let me know what you guys think.
We're getting there. And I know you're not hearing this from other outlets because, and certainly you're not hearing it online because they're all playing to one side and to the division. Here we expose that game. So I'm going to split this show tonight. Half on so what, meaning why this election went the way it did, and half on now what, right? What both sides should be doing to make things better or worse, depending on how you look at it. Okay? So Trump won all the swing states. You can't.
Now we had shout out to the lovely Sherry. What's good with it, Sherry? Remember when RFK dropped out of the race? We said, right, because all of those RFK voters were independent, right? And then RFK told his voters, vote for Trump. We said that there was a high likelihood that Trump would win all of those swing states as a result of the RFK factor. You guys, if you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys do not remember that, give me a thumbs down. So another thing that I think is interesting was the Democrats' strategy of trying to get RFK out of the race. If they had kept RFK in the race, that might have took away some of those swing state voters from Trump. But they're so short-sighted and silly, you know what I'm saying? They pushed RFK out of the vote or out of the race, and all of those votes went for Trump. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said Huey Long, senator out of Louisiana in the 1950s, was a populist. So now that's a great point. Here's my question. What does populism look like? What does populism look like?
Always buy an election. Sometimes you can, but not against a movement. All right. Harris outspent him by almost like $500 million. Okay. Now they're going to start pointing fingers instead of, you know, the old expression, right? Every time you do this, you got 4 pointing back at you. They're not ready for that. Senator Bernie Sanders, as I reported here, said, hey, you're more about the elites and the special interests than the working man and woman. At first, it was just the white ones. Now it's the black and the Latino ones also.
Now, that's interesting, right? What does that mean? What does that mean? So again, this is Project 2028, right? Project 2028. Most people are still stewing in the gender war content. Most people are still stewing in just stuff that's not even relevant. And they're already creating the environment for where things are moving to 2028. Now, we got a head start on this, right? My question is, what are people going to do with it?
So Trump won all the swing states. You can't always buy an election. Sometimes you can, but not against a movement. All right. Harris outspent him by almost like $500 million. Okay. Now they're going to start pointing fingers instead of, you know, the old expression, right? Every time you do this, you got 4 pointing back at you. They're not ready for that. Senator Bernie Sanders, as I reported here, said, hey, you're more about the elites and the special interests than the working man and woman. At first, it was just the white ones. Now it's the black and the Latino ones also. Now, there are Democrats who don't want to hear that. Okay? They don't.
Now, again, it's the people who don't play identity politics are now heavily playing identity politics. And they're positioning themselves as the societal victims. You guys see this, right? This was the whole point of the cultural shift. This is the whole point of the cultural shift.
Don't like blaming themselves, especially when they're part of the ones who made the decisions. So DNC chair Jamie Harrison fires back. This is straight up BS. Harris's plans would have fundamentally transformed the quality of life and closed the racial wealth gap for people working people across this country.
Now, how many people agree with this? This is straight up BS. Harris's plans would have fundamentally transformed the quality of life and closed the racial wealth gap for working people across the country. Really? How would Kamala Harris's plans have closed the racial wealth gap? How would that have happened? You know what I'm saying? There are lots of post-election takes, and this one ain't a good one. I don't know. How many of y'all call cap? If y'all call cap, throw them caps in the chat. So populism, right? We're going to talk about populism real quick. Populism is a range of political stances, right, that emphasize the idea of the quote-unquote common people and often position this group in opposition to a perceived elite group. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Has a cultural shift to something like this occurred in the United States? You have elites acting like they're not elites, like Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? It is frequently associated with anti-establishment and anti-political sentiment. You actually have people saying that Trump is quote-unquote anti-establishment. The term developed in the late 19th century and has been applied to various politicians, parties, and movements since that time, often as a pejorative. Within political science and other social sciences, several different definitions of populism have been employed, with some scholars proposing that the term be rejected altogether. So now this is interesting, right? And we're going to dive into populism further, right, in subsequent streams, because populism is going to be a big part of Project 2028. You know what I'm saying? So what we're about to do is look at everybody's favorite show. This is one of the best shows that has ever been produced, right? It's one of the best shows that has ever been produced, and I know it's a show that is some of you guys' personal favorite, right? And that show is called The View. That show is called The View, right? So let's take a look at what they're talking about on The View. All right. The Democrats are just blaming everybody for everything, right? And again, none of what they're doing is reflecting on anything that they could have possibly gotten wrong with this election. All right. And if you ask me, they got the election wrong across the board. They got it wrong for everybody. They all lives matter getting it wrong.
Weekend, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke with a host of the interview podcast, Lulu Garcia Navarro, to talk about Senator Bernie Sanders' claim that the party abandoned working class families, as well as all the other mistakes she thinks the Democrats made in the race. take a look.
Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race. Kamala, I think, still would have won, but she may have been stronger, having taken her case to the public sooner. Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for, but I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families. That's where we are.
I did.
Now, look again, right? This is important because all of this is coded language. All of this is coded language. If you ask me, this is one of the reasons why it's so important. It is so important for everybody to get that bank account up, by 2028. People need to have extra political means in place by 2028, if you ask me.
Voters who earned less than 100,000 K go for Trump in such large numbers.
Well, there are cultural issues involved in elections as well. Guns, God, and gays. That's the way they say it. Guns, that's an issue. Gays, that's an issue. Now they're making the trans issue such an important issue in their priorities and in certain communities.
Now, who's doing this? Again, like, what is Nancy Pelosi talking about? Who's doing this? Shout out to Vincent Harper. Who's doing what she's saying? And shout out to y'all. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
Cultural issues involved in elections as well. Guns, God, and gays. That's the way they say it. Guns, that's an issue. Gays, that's an issue. Now they're making the trans issue such an important issue in their priorities and in certain communities, what they call God, what we call a woman's right to choose.
Just as Biden's created over 700,000 manufacturing jobs, you know who lost nearly 200,000 by the end of his first term. The working class saw a higher increase in wages than any other group of Americans under Biden. Changed overtime rules to boost the wages for more than 4 million workers, increased pay for construction workers on federal projects. Biden was the most pro-union president since FDR and the first president in history to walk a picket line. So now
here's the question. If these things are the case, if this is true, why did the unions walk away from Biden? Why did the unions not support Kamala Harris? Think about this. Why is all of this stuff happening?
I don't know what Bernie is talking about.
Yeah.
But this is what got done under Biden.
Well,
now everybody says, well, I didn't feel it. This one didn't feel it. In the big picture, this is what happened.
Right.
So don't say he abandoned the working class because he didn't.
Well, about Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, child.
She must have been absent the day in kindergarten where they did the lesson. If you've got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. I mean, why, Nancy? Why? I find this so unproductive, so nasty, so unnecessary. It's like she wants to make sure that people know it wasn't her. She has no blame in this. I said Biden should have gotten out earlier. I said there shouldn't have been a primary. Don't blame me.
Now, again, this is all, how many people would agree? This is all indicative of Democrat culture. This is all indicative of Democrat culture. And the Democrat culture filters down to the very people that they try to pander to. They cannot accept that they did every single thing wrong. They listened to absolutely zero indicators. They were completely detached from reality. And as a result, they got a rude awakening. They got a rude reality awakening. And still, for whatever reason, they still cannot handle it. Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out. If you guys agree with Shatera, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Shatera, give me a thumbs down. Shatera said, this is just everyone trying to save face. Facts. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi said, Rob, I'm in a union. Well, thank you, because, we're supposed to thank a union member. So thank you, Miss Nisi. You know what I'm saying? And my local members did not support Kamami. Look at that. Yeah, the finger pointing is heavy. We're going to watch all the finger pointing, all the finger point crash outs. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's really unseemly.
Yeah.
And, frankly, it's done with, right? These criticisms against Biden, look, we will never know if the result would have been different had Biden stepped off earlier. We will never know if the results would have been different if he had stayed in. We will never know if the results have been different if there had been an open primary. What we do know is that Biden is in there for the next 2.5 months. And this is what I'm going to tell Joe. Joe, since they're talking smack about you anyways, you know what? Baby, pardon Hunter.
Yeah.
Pardon Hunter because
not do anything to try to salvage a legacy. Just go ahead and pardon Hunter. What do y'all think about this? Is she offering good advice?
the results would have been different if he had stayed in. We will never know if the results have been different if there had been an open primary. What we do know is that Biden is in there for the next 2.5 months. And this is what I'm going to tell Joe. Joe, since they're talking smack about you anyways, you know what, baby, pardon Hunter.
Yeah.
Pardon Hunter, because basically America just pardoned a criminal who was convicted of felonies.
Yes.
America just elected a man who pardoned Jared Kushner's father, who set up his brother-in-law with a hooker and then sent the pictures to the sister because they were in the midst of a fight over the parents' money. Well, whatever the flow chart is, it's nasty.
Exactly.
He's probably going to pardon some of the folks from January 6th, those insurrectionists. So you know what? It's your son. He probably wouldn't have been prosecuted if his last name wasn't Biden. Baby, you got 2.5 months. I'm good with you pardoning Hunter.
Everybody should. I agree with you. I mean, I think everyone should. You know, what I don't like is this finger pointing blame game that's going on within the Democratic Party. And
this is hilarious, right? If this ain't hypocrisy, I don't know what is. Sunny Hostin is one of the main people that's sitting up there pointing fingers at everybody, and she's saying that she can't stand the finger pointing. She's saying that she can't stand the finger pointing. Let me ask you guys this question. Wasn't Sunny Hostin one of the main people pointing fingers? Let's run it down the line. Who are all the people that Sunny Hostin pointed fingers at? She didn't mind pointing fingers when she was pointing fingers at black men. She sure didn't mind that.
I've said this before. Why isn't the conversation about how Republicans can get behind a convicted felon? Why Republicans are behind this crass I don't even have the words for it. You know, this twice impeached former president. I think that when Republicans lost in 2020, that kind of introspection didn't occur. If double down on these grievance politics, wedge issues, and it turned out just fine for them. Turned out just fine because they reelected this person. So for me, I just feel like the Democrats don't need to do this.
There actually was an autopsy report by the RNC in 2012 when Romney won, and the RNC did an autopsy report asking that there be more inclusiveness. And frankly, Donald Trump came along in 2016, did exactly the opposite, and won.
Yeah, well, I think that I don't think the pointing at individuals. I think the parties have shifted. Like they keep saying tectonic shifts in the party bases and where people are. So I come down a lot to messaging because I think the focus for so many of us who would not have voted for him was what an awful person he was, and we focused on that. What we didn't realize is that wasn't going to be the motivating factor. They wanted to hear about the issues that were hurting people. I thought people would vote on women's reproductive health because
why I don't understand why people would think again abort. What are we talking about here? Are we let's just do this. Are we talking about quote unquote women's reproductive health, or are we talking about abortion? Let me ask you guys this question. I haven't heard any type of initiative from the government offering women free prenatal vitamins. Have you? Are women being offered prenatal vitamins? What about are women being offered free, GYN checkups, free pregnancy tests, screenings for breast cancer, screenings for ovarian cancer, free treatment for endometriosis? Is any of that kind of stuff in the discussion? So when we say quote unquote female quote unquote reproductive health, our female, it's the same thing as immigration, right? Versus illegal immigrants, right? Women's reproductive health, is that synonymous with abortion? Let me know. Let me know, because I don't think that it is. These are two completely different words. Those conversion hospitals that I was talking about, being able to convert from a vaginal birth to a C-section, to be able to convert from a vaginal birth to an operating room in case a DNC is necessary. Is anybody trying to create any federal funding for anything like that? What about chorionic villus testing? What about amniocentesis? See, these are actual female reproductive issues. What about uterine fibroids? Is there any type of government initiative to study those? What about cervical cancer as a result of HPV infection? Is there more studies being done to try to prevent that? Does abortion fall into the same family of any of those issues? And honestly, what's sad about this is that it's a majority of women who are falsely representing these claims. And there's a ton of women who are in healthcare, a bunch of midwives. Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro? A bunch of midwives, right? Nurse practitioners. Many of these are female-dominated professions, not very many female voices, you know what I'm saying, discussing these things. And I mean, it's kind of sad. And then you got a show like The View where you got somebody like this sitting up here talking about quote unquote female reproductive rights. What right is involved in an abortion? I don't. Somebody help me out with that.
I don't think pointing at individuals, I think the parties have shifted. Like they keep saying tectonic shifts in the party bases and where people are. So I come down a lot to messaging because I think the focus for so many of us who would not have voted for him was what an awful person he was. And we focused on that. What we didn't realize is that wasn't going to be the motivating factor. They wanted to hear about the issues that were hurting people. I thought people would vote on women's reproductive health because that was very important to me. What I didn't account for is that it passed in 7 of 10 states that had it on the ballot and they still voted for Donald Trump. So there were ways that I didn't see what I was missing, where I sit in my life, what people were screaming about. I was out of touch with that.
Let me ask you something. Do you remember Donald Trump? Yes, I just said his name.
Oh, you did?
Do you remember him talking about the working class in any of his?
I remember him talking about the economy. I don't agree with his tariffs.
What do you remember about
tariffs?
Anything else?
No.
I remember him
tariffs.
saying that immigrants were coming in here to take black jobs and
green jobs.
Hispanic jobs.
But did you hear anything about what he was going to do, what the plan was? So we have rehired somebody who had no plan, who's kind of sucking his thumb and walking along.
Yeah.
And
so I want you guys to pay very close attention to Whoopi Goldberg's argument. Whoopi Goldberg's argument is, since you didn't remember, then these things didn't happen. Now, here's a question. Is that viable? Is that an acceptable argument? If that's an acceptable and viable argument, give me a thumbs up. If it's not an acceptable and viable argument, give me a thumbs down. So because nobody remembers, then that means that it didn't happen.
And said, here, you have the keys to the kingdom. I'm sorry, I don't remember hearing anybody but his surrogates talk about what their plans were. But I never heard him really say much more than we're going to have tariffs and everything is really, really big.
I don't remember him talking about kitchen table issues.
Like, what I don't understand, though, is like all of this finger pointing, and invariably is going to happen. When there's a loss, like, you know, the Democrats just got routed, that's invariably going to happen, that there's going to be blame and circular firing squads and all of this. I think they need to figure out how to move forward. And I say this as somebody who's not a Democrat, but wants to see two healthy parties. You know what I think they should be doing? I wish they would come in and bring in Ruben Gallego. He just won the Senate seat in Arizona, even though Kamala Harris lost the state. Bring in Jackie Rosen. She just won the Senate seat in Nevada, even though Kamala Harris lost the state. Figure out what they were saying, what they were doing. And I mean, I just, you know, it's done, folks. Donald Trump won and he won decisively. How do you look forward, not backwards, at the man who got us out of COVID, out of a pandemic, out of a horrible situation? Stop blaming Joe Biden. Eso es muy feo, muy, muy feo.
Stop blaming Joe Biden. Stop blaming Joe Biden.
Yeah, well, because what else would people talk about if they didn't talk about how badly we did? Yeah, we lost.
I don't know. What have they been talking about? Up until this point, all they've been talking about is Trump, right? So now the focus is on how bad the Democrats did. Like, honestly, like, let me ask you guys this question. If you worked at a company and at the company that you worked at, your performance was as horrible as the Democrats' performance was in this past election, would you still have your job next week? Let me know if you'd still be employed.
And yeah, there are lots of questions, but is somebody going to ask them at some point? It remains to be seen. Yeah, but there are questions.
By the way, Nancy was at Kamala Harris's election night party in Washington. I saw her.
Okay. Well, I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad everybody was where they were, and we know what we need to do as Americans who didn't.
So yeah, I mean, it's just all bad out here, and none of this stuff is helping. So let me ask you guys this question. I want to ask everybody in the chat this question. Moving into 2028, what are the most important issues that you all see as important political issues moving into 2028? Now, you know, we can only speculate, right, who will be political candidates during that time. But my question for everybody is, if you could name 3 issues that will be your top issues going into 2028, let me know what those issues are.
A scathing statement after the vice president's loss in what he called a disastrous campaign, saying, quote, "It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them." And Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont joins me now. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here on this Sunday after Election Day. Let's start right there. Your criticism incredibly direct. You say you think the Democratic Party has, quote, abandoned the working class. How exactly do you think Democrats have abandoned the working class, Senator?
Look, the working people of this country are extremely angry. They have a right to be angry. In the richest country in the history of the world today, the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and millions of families worry that their kids are actually going to have a lower standard of living than they do.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. What Bernie Sanders is talking about right here, if this applies to you, give me a thumbs up. If this does not apply to you, give me a thumbs down.
You got the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 90%. We're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all of our people. 25% of our seniors are trying to live on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And the gap between the people on top and everybody else is getting wider and wider. And then, Kristen, on top of all of that, we got a corrupt.
So now he's talking about this gap of wealth getting wider and wider, right? And I asked this question in the stream that I did yesterday on the other channel, but I'm going to ask it again here. With the recent explosion in the market and in cryptocurrency, what do you all think that did to the racial wealth gap? Because pay very close attention, unless you watching channels like mine or, you know what I'm saying, channels like Torian or channels like KG, 2028, none of the mainstream media, maybe last ditch efforts in trying to get some last couple votes, they're not going to be touching those issues at all. They're not going to be touching those issues at all. So those conversations, for the most part, are only going to be coming from, you know, content creators like us. So my question is, all of these stock market booms, the Tesla hitting the $1 trillion market cap, what effects did that have on the racial wealth gap? Let me know.
Campaign finance system, which allows billionaires to buy elections. So if you're an average worker out there, you're saying, hey, I'm working longer and longer hours, going nowhere in a hurry, worried about my kids, and up to these powerful corporate interests, raise the minimum wage, fight for health care for all people, make sure that all of our kids get the quality education that they need, expand Social Security. Are they prepared to do those things? That's the issue that we have to address.
Well, as you know, your statement was met with some sharp reaction as well. This is what Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi had to say. Take a look. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for, but I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families.
Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? Now, we're going to talk about this in general terms, right? Nancy Pelosi says that she doesn't feel that the Democrat Party has abandoned working class families. How do you all feel about that statement? Is Nancy Pelosi correct or is she incorrect? Shout out to Lewis. What's good with it, bro? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Over the last 4 years, has your quality of life increased or has your quality of life decreased?
Senator, how do you respond to Nancy Pelosi?
Well, Nancy is a friend of mine, and we've worked together on many issues. But here is the reality. I have to say to Nancy, in the Senate in the last 2 years, we have not even brought forth legislation to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, despite the fact that some 20 million people in this country are working for less than $15 an hour. In America today, we have not brought, in the Senate, we have not brought to the floor the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're not talking about defined benefit pension plans of Social Security and raise benefits. Bottom line, if you're an average working person there, do you really going to the mats, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no, and that is what has got to change.
Senator, let me zoom out into the Democratic Party. How much do you blame President Biden for this loss?
President Biden, when he came into office, said that he would be the most progressive president since FDR. And I think on domestic issues, not foreign policy, on domestic issues, he has kept his word, and the agenda that he has pushed through has been an extraordinarily strong one.
Where has Biden's agenda been strong? And shout out to Cosmo Fury. Cosmo Fury says they have abandoned the working class. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. 100%. Now, let me ask you this. Name something that the Democrats have done that has improved, in a general sense, the working class. Now, if you ask me, people can name more things that the Democrats have done to improve the lives of people who illegally entered the country than they can of people who were born here, regardless of what class you're a part of. You know what I'm saying? And that right there is a problem. Yeah, and I wouldn't and shout out to Marlon. Marlon says the wealth gap has increased also because a lot of black people are not investing into these things, but more are starting to. I would agree as well. And this is one of the reasons why I keep pushing the issue on this stuff. AI, crypto, blockchain, you know what I'm saying? The Web3, Internet of Things, DeFi, you know what I'm saying? STEM, all of that stuff. Shout out to Sunkiss. Sunkiss said Bidenomics has not worked. I would agree 110%. I would agree 110%. And the thing is, if we knew that Bidenomics would not work. We knew that Bidenomics would not work. And I got to agree with AB. AB said it made the wealth gap enormous. Bro, facts. Facts. Just like C19 did. Just like C19 did.
But that agenda has got to be placed within the overall context of American society today. And that American society today is one in which tens of millions of working families and elderly people are struggling, while the people on top have never had it so good.
But Senator, should he have gotten out of the race more quickly, as some are arguing?
I'm not going to. I supported him because I think his agenda was a strong agenda, a working class agenda. I'm not going to look backwards. Kamala ran a strong campaign. She did everything that she could. She decisively won the debate.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. She didn't win the debate, if you ask me. The debate was a 3-on-1, and she didn't win a decisively good campaign. Now, let me ask you guys this. What was Kamala Harris's main campaign message? Out of everything that she did, all of the concerts, all of the rallies, what was the main point that Kamala Harris got across to the voters? Let me know.
So to me, it's not just about the campaign. It's about what does the Democratic Party stand for? Do ordinary people say, yeah, that is a party that is fighting for my interest and prepared to take on the big money interests who control the economic and political life of the country? That's to me what the issue is.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about the economics. You've talked about how the Democratic Party is out of touch when it comes to economic issues. Some Democrats are saying it's not just economic issues, it's cultural issues as well. Here's what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say. Take a look.
What killed the Democrats and what killed Biden was a sense of disorder. And part of the sense of disorder was the unfortunate events of what I would refer to as the woke era.
Again, how many times we could cut this up? We could cut these up and make a collage with it. So again, this is why every time, who's gonna be the target? Who's going to be the scapegoat in 2028?
Not just economic issues, it's cultural issues as well. Here's what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say. Take a look.
What killed the Democrats and what killed Biden was a sense of disorder. And part of the sense of disorder was the unfortunate events of what I would refer to as the woke era.
Thoughts. Thoughts.
Has the Democratic Party's focus on identity politics gone too far, Senator?
Let me answer it this way. I think if the Democratic Party must continue to stand up against all forms of bigotry. And Democrats should hold their head high in saying, we led the fight for women's rights and to protect the woman's constitutional right for abortion. We led the fight for civil rights, for gay rights. That is something we should be proud of. But it's not easy.
You hear? This is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is one of the reasons why the lead needs to be taken. Yeah, shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says, interesting, the woke era. Right. Right.
If the Democratic Party must continue to stand up against all forms of bigotry. And Democrats should hold their head high in saying, we led the fight for women's rights and to protect the woman's constitutional right for abortion. We led the fight for civil rights, for gay rights. That is something we should be proud of. But it's not either or, Chris, and this is the problem. You can do both. You could say that I'm for raising the minimum wage to a living wage, guarantee health care for all people, expanding Social Security. And by the way, I also support a woman's right to control her own body, etc. It's not either or. It's going forward in both directions.
You know, I've been speaking to some Democrats who are concerned because now President-elect Trump has beaten 2 women candidates, and their concern is that it will make it more difficult to nominate a woman candidate in the future. Do you share that concern, Senator?
Now, again, with this, right, they're still playing on the identity politics issues. Why is that even a concern? They need to make sure that if they want to win in the future, they need to make sure that they get a candidate in that's capable of winning, that all the statistical data supports. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media. We got 57 people watching and we got 65 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 130.
No, I don't. I think it's not a question. Look, I'm not going to deny that there is sexism in this country, that there's racism, there's homophobia. It's there. But on the other hand, I think what the American people want to support, whether it's a woman, a man, black or a white or Latino, whatever, is they want to support somebody who is standing up, Kristen, and fighting for them. People are in pain. People are hurting. They can't afford to go to a doctor. They can't afford to send their kids to childcare or to college. They're worried about future generations and what kind of standard of living they will have. Here is the bottom line, and it has to be dealt with. You got an economy today doing phenomenally well for the people on top. It is not working for the working class. All right? How do we address those issues? And in the richest country on the history of the world, create an economy that works for all. That is the issue. And by the way, what Trump did in his election is to say, I know that you're hurting. And the reason is they got millions of people coming across the border illegal. They're eating your dogs. They're eating your cats. He gave an explanation, happened to be a pretty crazy explanation. Yes, we got to strengthen the borders, but that is not going to raise wages for working people or provide health care to all people. The Democrats need an explanation, and that explanation is corporate greed and the power of the billionaire class. I know that's uncomfortable people, some people, but that is the issue we have to address.
Senator, quickly before I let you go, I do want to ask you about the Supreme Court. Some Democrats behind the scenes quietly talking about the...
Now, shout out to Tarek, right? Shout out to everybody that's in here. Tarek says, Rob, I think this is a new era where a lot of whites and non-blacks are finally noticing the reveal of the liberal races. Now, how many people agree with Tarek? If you guys agree with Tarek on that comment, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Possibility, should Justice Sotomayor step down to allow President Biden to appoint someone who's younger? She's only 70 years old. Is that something that you would support? Do you think she should step down?
No, I don't.
Now, if you ask me, I don't believe that the government is capable of, quote unquote, addressing not only any economic needs, but I definitely feel that the government is not capable of and has no interest or no intention of addressing, quote unquote, our economic needs, which is why it is my strong belief that I will take to the grave with me and to the digital realm beyond, that the only way for us to fix the economy is to fix the economy on our own, our economy. Our economy has to be fixed, maintained, protected, and created in a way that thrives and outperforms the rest of the world. And it's not difficult to do that. But if people continue to think that they should allow the government to take the lead on these things, or if the government has some type of plan to quote unquote improve your life through economic viability plans that'll take you from being a paycheck to paycheck person to being somebody who is affluent, this is a false premise, and you will die broke if you continue that belief.
Heard any talk of this?
A little bit, yes. I don't think it's a sensible approach.
And you don't think it's a sensible approach?
Correct.
All right.
All right, so there's that. All right, so now we're going to come back to Bernie Sanders in a little bit because, like I said, we got a lot of stuff to cover. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a look at what your boy Van Jones had to say. All right, because Van Jones had a lot of interesting stuff to say, and again, we got to ask the question: how is it that all of these people magically, right? They magically got all the solutions, but they didn't have any. They didn't have any of the solutions while this all was going on. Yeah, shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. Manosphere Hall of Fame says the Democrats might be in more trouble in the 2028 election if they don't make some major changes. Yeah, I would agree 100%. If you guys agree with Manosphere Hall of Fame, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you ask me though, right, it doesn't seem like they don't even understand the indicators. They still don't even see what's going on. They don't see how every day the sand is just running through their fingers and they're losing the grip on any possible influence that they could have had.
Here with me, Lulu Garcia Navarro. Can I start with you? I know you just spoke to the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi for your podcast, breaking her silence on what happened here. She was, of course, instrumental in pushing Biden to step aside, right? I mean, let's be clear about that. So what's she saying now?
Well, without giving too much away, she talked about the fact that this was a heartbreaking loss. She used that word. She also said that she has spoken to the vice president and that it was a very emotional conversation, that they're friends, and that conversation was difficult for both of them. We had a very wide-ranging and lengthy conversation about what.
Now, we gotta tackle this, right? Why would that conversation be a quote unquote difficult conversation for quote unquote both of them? Oh, they had this conversation, and the conversation, it was just such a difficult conversation for both of us. Why? What was so difficult about it? What was so difficult about it?
What happened, how she sees the path forward, and what her own plans are.
Right.
And that will come out soon. But
that's basically what happened. Basically, if you ask me, Nancy Pelosi probably sat Kamala Harris down and said, "I love you, girl. Your career is over." That's probably how that conversation went.
It is honestly a very, very difficult moment for the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
Absolutely. Van, so Nancy Pelosi using the word heartbreaking in her conversation with Lulu. Carville talking about a dark tunnel. Blame is starting.
Yep.
And there needs to be discussion among Democrats. So,
well, look, we spent $1 billion and elected Donald Trump. That's not a blame game. That's called accountability.
Now, check this out. I've heard rumors that the Kamala Harris campaign is in a crazy amount of debt. A crazy, crazy amount of debt. They spent so much money on this campaign. They spent so much money. And somehow in spending all of this money that they spent, they still found a way to bomb. Like they bombed.
And people at the top of the campaign, the top of the party, have a lot of people pissed off at him because there were people who had suggestions. There were people who were saying, why are we doing this? Why? It was, hey, we've got it. We've got this special magical computer formulation. We've tested every ad. Shut up and sit down and go back to work. And so people said, okay, well, I guess you're right. And then we got clobbered, clocked, knocked down, beat up, drugged down. And so people are mad, and they should be mad. And the people at the top are going to have to listen. There is a grassroots rebellion happening in this party, and it's coming to knock on the door of the people who are in charge of the party. That's not blame game. That's accountability.
Accountability. I mean, and I know you're for $1 billion.
$1 billion.
And I believe they technically, blew a few $100 million of that in the recent weeks, Andrew Yang, and now ended up technically maybe in debt a little bit. They did door knocking. They did traditional ads, but you heard what Van's saying. They weren't listening to other ideas that people maybe like Van had.
For instance.
Now, you hear what this lady said? They weren't listening to other ideas. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why were they not listening? Why were they not listening? And so, again, do you guys remember when I kept saying, oh, you know, the people who keep saying that anybody that criticizes Kamala Harris is a MAGA or Trump agent? Do you guys remember that? Those people who are saying that, what they're doing is they're trying to stop any type of critiques from coming to the forefront about the Kamala Harris campaign. And if those critiques don't come to the forefront, then there's no way for that campaign to make any type of turnarounds and improve itself. So those people are and were the true agents. Those people sabotaged Kamala Harris's campaign. They tried to shut down any type of critique. And as a result of the critiques not being allowed to breathe, there was no turnaround. And as a result of no turnaround, look what happened in the election. Look what happened. They have no one to blame for this epic loss but themselves.
You're $1 billion.
$1 billion.
And I believe they technically, blew a few $100 million of that in the recent weeks, Andrew Yang, and now ended up technically maybe in debt a little bit. They did door knocking, they did traditional ads, but you heard what Van saying. They weren't listening to other ideas that people maybe like Van had.
For instance.
Yes,
For
well,
instance.
there should be accountability, and Joe Biden should not have run for a second term. There should have been a competitive primary in January. He should have dropped out in January and not July. And by the way, J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, they should have challenged him in January. We all know that they had campaigns in waiting, but instead everyone said, oh, Joe's going to be fine. Joe's going to be fine. He has a disastrous debate against Donald Trump. Then he drops out in July, and then everything is under the gun and in hurry up mode. The party lost a crucial period where they could have introduced the next generation of leaders to the American people, vetted and chosen a ticket that could have taken the fight to Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden fumbling the ball to Kamala down the stretch.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. And I want to ask you guys this question too, because as the electorate changes, if you ask me, we've got to change being able to be self-sufficient and being able to be benign neglect resistant. How come there's not any strategies of being benign neglect resistant? If you ask me, in 2028, the benign neglect, or the phenomenon that people call benign neglect or associate with benign neglect, is going to be at a level that people haven't seen. As a result of that, people need to have as much self-sufficiency and networking together to be able to deal with these things as possible. So now with the electorate changing, like Shatera is saying, my question is, with the electorate changing, how are the electorates that are not going to be appealed to, how are we going to adapt to that? That's my question. Let me know what you guys think. Shout out to American Man. American Man said all they had was to run on policy. Instead, they ran on giving the Negroes symbols. What do you guys think? You guys agree with American? If you guys agree with American Man, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
And Lulu, to this whole conversation, is there any sense from people you're talking to of what role they think it played? That there was a perception, certainly among some voters, that at least Kamala Harris had not been honest with voters about Joe Biden's true state. I mean, this kept coming up again and again. Now people are trying to figure out, well, what happened? Is that something you hear?
I mean, I think that one of the things that happened during this election is that when that disastrous debate with Joe Biden happened, I think there was a break in trust with the Democratic Party and the electorate. There was a feeling that there wasn't actually honesty about the condition of the president, and that people had been perhaps shielding him from.
Well, there wasn't, right? Were they honest about the condition of Joe Biden? How many people would say that the Democrats were honest about the condition of Joe Biden? If you would say that the Democrats were honest about the condition of Joe Biden, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not say that the Democrats were honest about the condition of Joe Biden and that they lied about it and kind of misled people to think that he was more capable and more cognitive than what he actually was, then let me know.
Voters. I mean, if you think about the fact that he really hadn't been sitting down for interviews, he hadn't been giving extended press conferences. And so I think that there is a real, there are still questions about what exactly happened there and who knew what and when they knew it.
Right. I mean, that is the real question. I mean, Van, I'd done an interview with him a few weeks before that. I didn't know, he was fine in that capacity, but you would imagine someone around him all the time, as many were, would have had a much different, perhaps, view. But, it all came down to many, many things, right? But when you look at the actual votes, it wasn't as if Trump suddenly surged in so many things.
Yeah.
It's that Democrats did worse. Monmouth went through just the blue states. Trump got an extra 280,000.
Yeah, shout out to the specialist. What's good with it, bro? The specialist says, bruh, they lied about Kamala's ability as a VP. Yeah. Here's another thing that they lied about. They lied about Kamala Harris having a path to electability. And remember, that's one of the, when they first made that announcement, that was one of the first things that we talked about. Yeah, shout out to OC. I saw that video of Joe Biden walking on the beach, about to fall down and bust his head open. Yeah, now look at this. Shout out to Cindy. Cindy says, Kamala says he's still sharp and in great mental shape. Maybe compared to her, right? Maybe compared to her, right? But that's not really saying too much, is it?
1,000 votes this time versus last time. So he improved. But that's not the story. Look at this full screen.
Yeah,
Harris lost 3,339,404 votes.
Yeah.
So now look at this. Now all of this stuff is reality. This is now reality because what? The mainstream media is saying it. This is all reality as a result of the mainstream media saying it. I want y'all to think about that. Think about that.
That's what stands out there.
Well, Bakari Seller said over and over again, it's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or the couch. And Bakari was always worried about the couch. People just not feeling inspired enough to go out and vote. He wasn't worried.
So now, this is what everybody was waiting for. The couch talk, right? This is it. The couch talk.
That's what stands out there.
Well, Bakari Seller said over and over again, it's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or the couch. And Bakari was always worried about the couch. People just not feeling inspired enough to go out and vote. He wasn't worried that people were going to not vote for Kamala and go vote for Trump. He was afraid they weren't going to vote at all. And here's how we got beat. We got beat because the Republicans and conservatives built a different media system that had to do with online, had to do with podcasts, had to do with streaming platforms. And
I mean, that has a little bit to do with it, right? But that's not all of it. That's not all of it. And again, what this is showing is that the Democrats are completely clueless. They're completely clueless. They have no idea. They have no idea what's going on. None. So now let me ask you guys this question. If the Democrats have literally no idea what's going on, if they're just this detached from reality, my question is, do they actually have an ability to be able to service our needs, to service your needs as a voter constituency? Are they competent? That's my question for you guys.
About the couch. People just not feeling inspired enough to go out and vote. He wasn't worried that people were going to not vote for Kamala and go vote for Trump. He was afraid they weren't going to vote at all. And here's how we got beat. We got beat because the Republicans and conservatives built a different media system that had to do with online, had platforms, and they were spending their money there. We were laughing at them and knocking on doors in Philadelphia and Detroit. It's like, there's no Trump people. They're not dropping literature. They're not knocking on doors.
Well, in fact, it was laughing like, oh, Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk, but their PACs don't know what they're doing.
We were making fun of Donald Trump for having thrown away his ground game and doing some weird stuff online. We thought that they were idiots. It turned out we were the idiots. We woke up in a body bag because while we were knocking on doors, they were making these phones into 24-hour-a-day political weapons for themselves. And so we got outflanked, outplayed, outbeat by people who told us the whole time that they knew what they were doing. And people are mad. And Future Forward, all these different groups that vacuumed up all this money and told everybody to sit down and shut up are going to be in for an accountability session from the grassroots, and it is coming.
That's not really the grassroots, right? Now, how many people have ever heard of this quote-unquote organization called Future Forward? I don't think that any grassroots people paid Future Forward to do any type of fundraising or any type of campaigning for Kamala Harris. Yeah, shout out to Mama Zeke. What's good with it, Mama Zeke? Shout out to Cindy. Cindy said, woke up in a body bag. I love it, right? Yeah, facts. They woke up in a body bag. They did. They woke up in a body bag.
So we got outflanked, outplayed, outbeat by people who told us the whole time that they knew what they were doing, and people are mad. And Future Forward, all these different groups that vacuumed up all this money and told everybody to sit down and shut up are going to be in for an accountability session from the grassroots, and it is coming.
I remember when you and I were speaking at one point earlier, you were talking about algorithms, all kinds of data that was available that you were, people were going to be presenting to the Harris campaign.
Sure.
And I suppose you're going to say
data. Now look, again, data, right? Isn't that that is the entire premise of everything that I've been talking about. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Again, here it is. This is the proof. These people, and I want you guys to pay very close attention, right? Because anybody can fall for this. If you ignore the data, which the data is indicative of reality, like Van Jones said, you will wake up in a body bag. And this is why it does not matter how irritating, how difficult, how hard it is to accept data. Data cannot be ignored. If you ignore data, you're ignoring your own well-being. You know what I'm saying? And this is a lesson. This is a wonderful lesson that the Democrats lost, that people can watch what happened to the Democrats and try to make provisions so that this doesn't happen to them.
Down and shut up. Are going to be in for an accountability session from the grassroots, and it is coming.
I remember when you and I were speaking at one point earlier, you were talking about algorithms, all kinds of data that was available that you were, people were going to be presenting to the Harris campaign.
Sure.
And I suppose you're going to say did that fall on deaf ears to large part?
Yeah, Van's right. They were like, we've got it.
We've got it.
And they didn't have it. And one very obvious missed opportunity is that Joe Rogan has the biggest audience in the country. It's disaffected, low propensity men, kind of the audience that the Harris campaign should be trying to reach. It was much more upside than anything else. Kamala goes on, Tim Walz goes on, and then you have millions of men who are exposed to the Democratic message, and they turned it down because she was too busy. I mean, like that.
Too busy doing what? Trying to lose? Too busy trying to lose? Again, like this is, and then listen, I want you guys to understand, these people have the power that when they get told about themselves, if they don't like it, they can just deem it as misinformation and try to get our platforms removed. Yeah. How many people would agree with the specialist? The Dems were paying attention to all the wrong data. If you guys agree with the specialist, throw some flames in the chat.
It makes zero sense, except in the context that the team just didn't have confidence in her to do it, which would be its own issue.
Unless you think he's being mean. 48 million views for the Rogan Trump interview on YouTube alone.
Which was what, a 3-hour interview?
The 3-hour interview.
Now, 48 million views, right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Now, do you all see why I say it's so important for us to try to build a platform that rivals or surpasses something like a Joe Rogan? We need to be able to have that type of radius to have the type of influence that we want to have. And if you ask me, the only way to do that is to build a platform, control the platform be superior to Twitter and YouTube, and be able to push our message to the front. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down.
The Democratic message, and they turned it down because she was too busy. I mean, like that. It makes zero sense, except in the context that the team just didn't have confidence in her to do it, which would be its own issue.
Unless you think he's being mean. 48 million views for the Rogan Trump interview on YouTube alone.
Which was what, a 3-hour interview?
The 3-hour interview with 48 million views. Like the
48 million views, right? Talking about politics. Joe Rogan and Trump. The interview was 3 hours long. Nobody complaining about how long it was. And they all watched it all the way through to the end. And the people that watched that, they got their guy in office. So what that does is that shows about the investment. That shows about the investment. And that also shows about when people want something. Kamala Harris didn't want the presidency. Now, let me ask you guys the question. What was the opportunity cost of Kamala Harris thinking that she was too good to go on the Joe Rogan podcast? Living in a delusional world. Somebody told her, "You too good. You don't need Joe Rogan." Now, we don't know if Joe Rogan would have won her the campaign or not, right? We don't know if he would have won her the campaign or not. But look at the ignorance. Look at the ignorance, the entitlement, and the arrogance. And, I haven't heard one interview with Kamala Harris saying what she might have felt that she did or didn't do wrong.
They were laughing. Oh,
that's 2/3 of the total number of votes that here.
Yeah. So
all the debate, I think. That's like 1 million.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, Lulu.
I mean, I'm very happy that everyone's talking here about the information ecosystem. Obviously, it's incredibly important. So is Joe Rogan. But there is two issues here. One is the message, and the other is
now. I want to ask. This is an interesting point, right? Shout out to Alonda. Alonda says, Rob, Kamala's appearance on Club Shay Shay got an abundance of dislikes and thumbs down. Now, let me ask you this. What's the difference between a Club Shay Shay and a Joe Rogan podcast? What's the fundamental differences of those type of things? Because Club Shay Shay had Cat Williams on there, and Joe Rogan had Cat Williams on there too, right? But what's the difference between the Club Shay Shay and the Joe Rogan podcast?
the messenger. And so, and how those messages are delivered. And so, you know, there is a lot of discussion right now about the ground game and how you reach voters and all these things. And I think that's going to be parsed. But, you know, voters told the Democratic Party over and over and over again that their main issues.
Shout out to American Man. American Man said, bro, are you delusional enough to think about leftist women going to take accountability? Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. I might have been delusional on that one.
Were their pocketbooks, inflation, and immigration. And that was what they told them. And the closing message of the Democratic Party was...
Shout out to John Guillory. Make sure y'all throw some coins in the chat. John Guillory, breaking news. For the first time since 2021, crypto market cap is now past $3 trillion. Biggest scam in history. Throw some rockets in the chat. Throw some coins in the chat. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Democracy, and Donald Trump is a bad man.
Right. Well, but is there any way that they could have won, though, with Kamala Harris with immigration on the issue, given that she was part of the Biden administration? That was just never really defined.
Yeah. So two things. Number one, if you were going to run Kamala, then she needs permission to break from Joe Biden and say, hey, look, whatever the administration did, like I would have done things differently, and we're going to go this other direction. I mean, her inability to do that was a very serious problem.
I don't know if it was winnable. There are two numbers. One is 39, the other is 75. 39 is the approval rate for Joe Biden. That's very low.
Yep.
And 75 is the wrong track measure. That's very high. So she had a tough hill to climb. I think that she did as well as you could possibly do.
She had a tough hill to climb. So now, if she had a tough hill to climb, why did they put her on that hill? Again, we have got to keep asking this question, right? We know the answer, right? But we got to keep asking this question. So, and again, I got to keep asking my question. And my question is, what does populism look like for us?
But she had a bunch of people running that campaign who did not listen, who were very arrogant, who sucked up $1 billion, who pissed off a lot of people. And you're going to be hearing about it for a long time.
A lot of people who had said they weren't going to donate another dollar if Biden didn't get out in July. And then they opened up the floodgates and they did give that money.
January, not July. You know, Joe Biden, you know, I endorsed him in 2020, but he failed the George Washington test in passing the torch in time to have a real primary.
All right. All of you, thank you very much. I appreciate it. As
so, yeah, so there's that, right? Some very, very weird and interesting takes. Some very weird and interesting takes. So let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me just see something real quick. Let's see. So let me see here. So we're going to take some more looks at who the Democrats are casting blame on. All right. Because I find this very fascinating. The people that the Democrats are casting blame on, it's very different than the people you see having the blame casted on them on social media. Very different. Okay.
Disagree with is this notion that Democrats have just completely abandoned the working class. I mean, it's just not true. It's fundamentally not true. And I think that the data bear that out.
So where do they find guys like this is my question. Where do they find these particular guys at? And the thing is that they find these guys and then they put them on places like Joe Rogan. Like how many people would agree? They find the softest of the soft and they find the dumbest of the dumb. And they put those people on these large platforms to sound completely crazy, to attempt to delegitimize any of the type of things that we're talking about. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, this is just You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous.
Disagree with is this notion that Democrats have just completely abandoned the working class. I mean, it's just not true. It's fundamentally not true. And I think that the data bear that out in many ways, not only President Biden's administration, but the comparison between what Vice President Harris was proposing for the American people and what Donald Trump was. I also want to say really quickly, I am deeply hesitant to have this conversation about what's wrong with the candidates, the messaging, until we have a real conversation about what's wrong with America, right? It feels like an exercise.
So now we already know what's wrong with America, right? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said not at the barbershop, at the nail shop. Now, let me ask you guys this question. I think everybody is pretty well aware of what's wrong with America. However, we all know that America has no plans and is not capable of dealing with what's wrong with America. So we have to do what's called preemptive planning. We have to be proactive with dealing with stuff and not reactive. One of the biggest problems is that a large amount of people that we engage with and that we deal with do not believe that. They don't believe in the black light principles. They believe in the opposite of the black light principles. We believe in independence and autonomy. They believe in dependence and control. And as you guys can see, those things don't work.
Of accountability avoidance.
So bring it up. Bring it up. What do you think must be on the table? You heard what I said at the top.
Nuts?
What's that?
Am I nuts or is he nuts?
I can't wait for this guy to tell us what's wrong with America. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, no.
So look. You see that? I want you guys to pay very close attention. Pay close attention. Pay close attention.
An exercise of accountability avoidance.
So bring it up. Bring it up. What do you think must be on the table? You heard what I said at the top.
Nuts?
What's that?
Am I nuts or is he nuts?
I can't wait for this guy to tell us what's wrong with America. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to hear what it is. What's the issue?
Okay, well, sure. I can say first, foremost, and preliminarily, it seems that the sobering truth is American people have abandoned civility as a prerequisite for leadership.
Amen.
What do you guys think about that? Now, what's interesting about this is that when it comes to the Democrats and when it comes to leftists, a lot of Democrats and a lot of leftists have always run on the principle that there's quote unquote something fundamentally quote unquote wrong with America, with Americans, right? Now, what's interesting about it is that you see the right and the left uniting and putting these soft batch cookie dudes on TV, and they got people like Cenk Booger going hard at them, which is interesting, right? It's an interesting play. It's an interesting shift. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Hurricane IQ. What's good with it, bro? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media.
I would say white Christians, of which Donald Trump performs pretty well with.
Look. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. Shout out to American Man. American Man says, "I'm sorry, I tend to tune out." Leftist ninja.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said those arguments are archaic now. Those arguments are archaic now. They are done. They are done. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention. After this, now, you know, people are beating their chest, and you know what I'm saying? The reason why a lot of people keep harping on, like, you know, they're happy about the Kamala Harris loss, they're going to stretch that content out as long as they can stretch it out. And the reason why is because they honestly have no clue on how to navigate a path towards 2028. None. Zilch. So what's the repeated content about Kamala Harris losing It's literally it's all the same all across the board. It's all across the board. These arguments have been worn out and done. And I've been warning people about this day coming forever, and it's here. The day is here. You know what I'm saying? The trumpets have blown. You know what I'm saying? That day is here.
Preliminarily, it seems that the sobering truth is American people have abandoned civility as a prerequisite for leadership.
Amen.
I would say white Christians, of which Donald Trump performs pretty well with, have abandoned sexual assault as a disqualifying factor for leadership.
Don't
right?
give
Some
me
would
the
say, if you look at
cake for,
Catholics,
you
it
know,
was
people, but is this a statement that can be sensibly made with some type of substantiation behind it? Is this a statement that can be made with some type of substantiation behind it?
sexual assault as a disqualifying factor for leadership?
No. Okay. We'll
prerequisite for leadership.
Amen.
I would say white Christians, of which Donald Trump performs pretty well with, have abandoned sexual assault as a disqualifying factor for leadership. Right? Some would say,
yeah, I gotta agree. I gotta agree with Carlton Way. Carlton Way said people have to pivot, and one of the reasons why people have to pivot is because of the incompetent and mismanagement of all of the things that we have going for ourselves by past leadership. Our situations have been completely mismanaged. Incompetence. You know what I'm saying? Complete incompetence.
if you look at Catholics, it was never a factor for their leadership, right? I just think we need nuance when we talk about these things. When we say working people have abandoned the Democratic Party, Black working people haven't.
Just so you're straight on it, Josh, it's that you abandoned them. Not that they abandoned you, but you started talking about about other things than them. That's the point.
Earlier you were talking about how Black people are about a certain group of people, Black and Latino people, have moved away from the Democratic Party as well because of this.
What is this dude? What is this dude talking about? Now, here goes my question, right? What are the now? You know, they like to question social media and they like to question podcasts and different things like that. What are the qualifiers of where they got this guy and why they got this guy saying these things that he's saying on this platform? Where is he drawing any of this stuff at?
So you're straight on it, Josh. It's that you abandoned them. Not that they abandoned you, but you started talking about about other things than them. That's the point.
Earlier you were talking about how Black people are about a certain group of people, Black and Latino people, have moved away from the Democratic Party as well because of this.
They did. But I'm saying it's because of what you did to them, not them doing it to you. Let's bring in Cenk.
Yeah. So first of all, blaming the American voters is nuts, totally nuts. It's not their fault. It's your candidate's fault. It's your party's fault. It's your leadership's fault. So Jamie Harrison, how dare he even talk about this? What a miserable failure, losing to Donald Trump twice. And he's at the head of the DNC when they lose this time. I think he should drink a tall glass of shut up juice, probably for the rest of his life. How?
Yeah, shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton said, tell that brother there's room for him next to the T-Rex at the museum. If you guys agree with Carlton, throw some flames in the chat. Like, this is ridiculous.
How dare he talk out about how other people cost the election? Brother, take some personal responsibility. Let me tell you who else is responsible for this loss. Joe Biden. The guy's obviously senile, stayed in the race anyway because of his gigantic ego. We should have had a real primary and picked the strongest Democrat that's going to fight for American voters, not blame American voters. And let me tell you something that no one on TV has said yet. Kamala Harris was a historic failure. We're all like playing footsie here and, oh my God, we don't want to offend the powerful person. She was the candidate. The voters aren't the problem. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Jamie Harrison, and the Democratic leadership are the problem. For God's sake, turn around. Stop taking all the donor money and doing only what the donors want. For once in your life, remember your voters. Stop insulting your base. All right. Going after Latino men.
Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? Now look at Zink, right? He got his chest out. He's screaming. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Blood pressure all high. Now, let me ask you guys this question, man. Why they got this soft batch Negro up here? Why they got this soft batch Negro up here?
Men and black men and white women. I'm sick of it. Why don't you actually fight for us instead of insulting us?
Josh, finesse it.
Yeah, look, I think sometimes on these shows, you know, they get real popular because there's a lot of anger and scream at each other. I like.
See? I want you guys to pay attention to this, man. You got to pay attention to the optics. Pay attention to the optics.
White women, I'm sick of it. Why don't you actually fight for us instead of insulting us?
Josh, finesse it.
Shout out to Unsunken One. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Crystal. What's good with
I think sometimes on these shows, you know, they get real popular because there's a lot of anger and scream at each other. I like Cenk quite a bit, and I agree with him on the majority of his policy priorities. I disagree. I frankly disagree that this is just because of the Democratic Party. And I really
now shout out to Ryan, right? Ryan said, haha, he thought they were gonna side with him. Facts. He thought that like he was just about to say all this nonsense and it was about to be all good. And Chris Cuomo is basically like, man, y'all go ahead and duke it out. I don't care what's going on. I'm just here for the show. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and then it's Jink's like, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen, man, I'm trying to tell you. Now, shout out to Black Light Revelations, right? You know, we got slow growth, you know what I'm saying, but we grow. But what you guys are going to start seeing is you guys are going to start seeing many of these other platforms, they just about to fall off. They about to just shrink and dissolve into minute nothingness. And the reason why is because they're not saying anything substantive. People are looking for something new across the board because nothing has worked. Nothing has worked. The reason why nothing has worked is because none of these platforms are actually trying to improve your day-to-day life. They don't care. The only thing that they want is they want you to keep coming back and keep putting money in their pockets. A platform like mine, I want you to put money in your own pocket. I want you to be able to have power. And I want you to be able to have autonomy. And I want you to be able to have influence. I want you to be able to be a part of the American nightmare. I want you to be a part, a pivotal visualization. You know what I'm saying? A monster against a rising moon of the American nightmare.
I really think it is incumbent upon us to kind of take a little bit of accountability on how America has moved on what we are willing to consider to be real leadership, right? Donald Trump has no business winning an election in a civilized country. An insane person can only be a widespread.
Now, again, how can you make a point like this and substantiate it? How do you make a point? Seriously, I want people to conceptualize this. Now, do you guys remember what I said about they're going to bring all of these black people onto these mainstream media outlets and then they're going to have everybody looking at them like they're crazy? Now, let me ask you guys this. As you're listening to this guy, as you're listening to what he's saying, can you blame anybody for looking at him like he's crazy? He hasn't made one coherent point.
Has moved on what we are willing to consider to be real leadership, right? Donald Trump has no business winning an election in a civilized country.
Powerless, scandalous,
an
plebiscite,
insane person can only be a widespread menace in an insane society. And I think that's just an important part of the conversation on on top of the conversations about where we need to move on economic policy, of which a decent amount, I believe, Schenk and I would agree with.
So, but you get it. I mean, you're just
So can
adding
I
an
ask a
overlay,
question
Jake. You know, we've talked about this before. It's that Trump should have been qualified because of who he is. That was the Democratic theory of the case. But wasn't the story of the election that people care about what matters in their lives specifically more than they do about how good a person Donald Trump is?
So, first of all, I loathe Donald Trump, and I'm really, really worried about what he's going to do. Mike Davis is now being rumored to be his attorney general. He said that we should arrest and deport Mehdi Hassan, a guy who's just like me, who criticizes the government, who criticizes
much smarter than you,
who's Muslim American, criticizes Israel.
Oh man, hey, they be wilding on they be wilding.
Mehdi Hassan, a guy who's just like me, who criticizes the government, who criticizes
much smarter,
who's Muslim American, criticizes Israel.
Much smarter.
So I can't stand Donald Trump. Okay, so now
it's much smarter.
Why do we have Donald Trump? Why did we lose?
Hey, Chris Cuomo petty as hell for that.
To this guy who barely is in double digits in IQ. Why did we lose to him? So if he's so bad, then how bad is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton?
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to
So, and again, you know, that's the question that we've been asking, right? That is the question that we've been asking since the start of all this. But what's interesting about it is that any conversations surrounding that, right? Any conversations surrounding that will get you criticized. It'll get you called a misogynist. You know what I'm saying? Now, how many people paid attention to the things that Stephen A. Smith said about the Kamala Harris campaign? We got to ask the question, if Stephen A. Smith said all this stuff about the Kamala Harris campaign, then why did he vote for Kamala Harris? Why did he vote for her? It doesn't make any sense. If it makes sense that Stephen A. Smith voted for Kamala Harris, give me a thumbs up. If it does not make any sense, which it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, then give me a thumbs down. And my question is, how can you trust somebody who gives these type of critiques and then turns around and does the opposite of what their critiques are saying? It doesn't make any sense.
All right, here with his take. I admit it publicly. He's a friend of mine. We don't agree a lot on politics. It's ESPN host. He's a rock star. There is no, as far as I'm concerned, there is no ESPN without my friend Stephen A. Smith. I watched you on The View today. How you doing?
All right. How you doing, Sean? Congratulations on the election, the results. You called it. You said it was going to happen. I can't refute it. I can't refute the fact that the president of the United States, the president-elect, is well deserving of it. It was a romp. It was an annihilation. I know a lot of people are trying to, label it like, you know what, he won a little bit in a lot of different places. I don't want to hear that. He won.
Just
he won in
like a
absolutely convincing fashion.
Some of you niggas,
that I think that
you be
light of
acting
those
just
results,
like a
we have to look at this election as a referendum on the Democratic Party in America, saying we're not feeling where you are. We're not feeling where you tried to go. We want no part of it. We're not having it. And they made their choice, and we all have to accept it.
And you were very gracious, by the way. Privately, we have our own conversation.
Yeah. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. Facts. Hurricane IQ said it's the skeptic grift. Now, again, bro, how long have we been warning people about the skeptic grift? How long have we been warning people about the skeptic grift? They did it. They ran it. People still falling for it.
And you said that to me, and I'll live with it. And I've had elections that I really.
Shout out to my man, the Specialist. Definitely appreciate it. Fourth stream sponsor. Make sure y'all show the Specialist some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for the Specialist. The Specialist says, Zink is a big fat liar. He's pushing fear. The fact is, now Zink is going to make a bigger bag critiquing Trump's presidency for the next 4 years. Facts. If you guys agree with the Specialist, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with the Specialist, then give me a thumbs down. And get your forks, get your knives, get your plates. Time to eat.
In Springfield, push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? He's the cat.
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Man, that is hilarious, man. Y'all got me dying laughing. Stephen A. Smith is not amused. He is not amused one bit.
Really wanted my side to win, that they lost. And you know what, Stephen A., I go on and I plow through and I do my job. There's not going to be retribution. None of the hosts of The View are going to be taken off. I used to go on that show. They wouldn't even they wouldn't accept a conversation with me at this point. Isn't that pretty pathetic? Because I used to like Whoopi Goldberg. Joyless Behar,
well, listen,
she's a little, yeah.
I would ask that you don't look at the show. What you should look at is the ideological tilt that has taken place in our country. We've gotten to a point where, God forbid, somebody has a difference of opinion and a different form of ideology, then you're damn near the Antichrist. And that's not what makes this country great. I mean, the reality is that, you know what, we could sit up there and we could say what we want, and everybody has their different opinions about Donald Trump. You know how I felt. You knew why I didn't vote for him. I don't like the way he behaves. I think the presidency is a statesmanship position, and I think that level of hubris that he's accustomed to showing needs to be dialed back significantly. But having said that,
now let me ask you guys this question. That's how Stephen A. Smith feels, but who makes Stephen A. Smith the authority on somebody's behavior? Who cares how Stephen A. Smith feels? Clearly, the way Stephen A. Smith feels is not going to be something that's a winning case, because the way Stephen A. Smith feels, the person who is opposite of the way Stephen A. Smith feels is the one who's the victor. So what does the evidence say about Stephen A. Smith and Stephen A. Smith's feelings? See, this is what I'm talking about. What's more important, behavior or effectiveness? Let me know what you guys think.
The bottom line is simple. You can look at a lot of things on the right or the left. He talked about the economy. Okay. Biden inherited, what was it? Like 1.5% in terms of inflation. It ballooned to over 9.1% before it got dialed down a little bit. We looked at open borders. Barack Obama was once considered the deporter in chief because he actually deported more folks than Donald Trump. But Biden comes into office, and the first thing he does, day one, executive order, he opens the borders. And
yeah, I gotta agree. I gotta agree with Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ says effectiveness, hands down. Shout out to Crystal. Crystal says effectiveness, hands down. I think most people would agree. Most people would agree that effectiveness is the most important. Right now, shout out to the people that are sports fans and the people that watched the NBA. Right, Michael Jordan. Right, he probably was not the nicest person in the world, but he was effective, and that's one of the reasons why he was such a sought after player. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to American Man. American Man said, "I voted for Trump with all my common sense and misogyny." You are welcome, Black America. You better thank American Man. You better thank American Man.
Obviously, that created so much tension. And then you look at the culture wars, the identity politics, some of the transgender issues that people were bringing up in terms of individuals transitioning from male to female and wanting to participate in female sports and stuff like that, or sharing the same bathroom as females and all of this other stuff. America.
Now, here's my question. Here's another question, and we got to put this question to the fire. When it comes to the quote unquote gender conversations that people are having about the election, why is it that the gender conversation never gets brought back to the issues of the quote unquote trans? Why is it that it never gets, why is it that the issues never get brought back to the trans? It's always men blaming women and yada, 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 and women blaming men and yada, yada, yada. And the actual gender war stuff, the actual legitimate, nobody ever talks about that. How is it that all these important issues are constantly missed? If you ask me, right, these issues that are constantly missed, this is one of the reasons why people are so off balance when it comes to talking about politics, when it comes to why just there's such a bizarre difference in the direction of where certain voters go versus other voters. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How important do you all think that it is for people to be adaptable? Now, look at this. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said, my mom called me a misogynist, even though I voted for a woman. It just wasn't Kamala Harris. What do y'all think about that?
Said, hey, we're not down for that. We're not going for it. And no matter what you try to throw in our direction, that's not what we're concerned about. We're primarily concerned about the economy. We're primarily concerned about our borders and about being safe. And they voted that way to send that message. And all we've heard over the last couple of days is folks going absolutely bat crazy because the candidate that they preferred to win didn't win. And I just want to take a moment to remind everybody, this is America. Guess what? Sometimes you don't get what you want, but we are known for having intestinal resolve and making sure we're able to march forward and work with whichever candidate ends up being in office and winning, and find a way to work with one another and reach some degree of compromise so we have civility in this country instead of chaos. It's going to be up to Donald Trump to contribute to that, no doubt. But the way I've seen some of the Democrats reacting since Kamala Harris lost, to be quite honest with you, is utterly ridiculous. I'm not going to get into any names, but it's been utterly ridiculous.
Now, let me add, because shout out, we got a great stream planned for tonight. It's going to be a great stream, because we're going to look at a lot of these quote unquote names. Since Stephen A. Smith doesn't want to quote unquote talk about these names, we're definitely going to talk about these names. All right. We are going to look at these people that are crashing out, and we're going to examine their crash outs, and we're going to see if they have any legitimacy to their crash outs or if they're completely based in falsehood. All right.
You know, one thing, when I'm on your show, I do all the talking. When you're on my show, I let you do all the talking. We kind of have this unspoken agreement, because I always, but together when we have conversations, they're really thoughtful conversations. They're real. We keep it real. Okay. You know, you always tell me to stay in my lane politics. I tell you to stay in your lane sports, but you're making a lot of sense tonight, and they would be wise to listen to you, and more importantly, the spirit in which you're telling it. And I give you a lot of credit for that. You know, here's where I see it, and tell me what you agree or disagree with. They could not run on one thing that they could point to where we were better off than we were 4 years ago. One major thing that improved the lives of the American people.
Now, isn't that a question that I've been repeatedly asking? In regards to this entire thing, I've repeatedly asked, how is your life better over the last 4 years than it was the prior 4 years? Because that's important. Because you should never go backwards. And if you do go backwards, you need to change what you're doing so that you can start on a path moving forward. Right. But the Democrats, they don't want you to focus on that. The Democrats and other entities don't want you to focus on that. The Democrats just want you to focus on vote for us blindly. Do what we say blindly. And again, if you ask me, no one should be doing that. People should be in a constant state of asking questions if things don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And if you ask me, the things that they have been doing, the things that they've been pushing for, a lot of those things, they don't make any sense. They don't make any sense at all.
The campaign ended with, you're a racist, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, a misogynist. Even Barack Obama and Stacey Abrams calling African-American men misogynists. And
I mean, look, so they just gave, look at this. Now, do you guys notice how they never, the mainstream media, they never miss these opportunities? They never miss these opportunities. So Stacey Abrams and Barack Obama, do you think that this was a net positive that they did for the Democrats or a net negative? Let me know.
Here's where I see it, and tell me what you agree or disagree with. They could not run on one thing that they could point to where we were better off than we were 4 years ago. One major thing that improved the lives of the American people. The campaign ended with, you're a racist, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, a misogynist. Even Barack Obama and Stacey Abrams calling African-American men misogynists and sexist. Stacey Abrams says they're racist. And a lot of what they said was just flat out lies. Kamala told us for 3 years the border was secure. It was not. Everybody knew it wasn't. She said for 3 years that inflation was transitory and denied that we had an inflation problem. She also lied during the campaign, her final argument. She told American women, she told them that Donald Trump's going to sign a national abortion ban. That was a lie. She said Donald Trump will limit your access to contraception. That was a lie. She said that he would ban IVF. That was a lie. She tried to scare seniors and say that he's going to take away your Social Security and Medicare. He promised he would not do it. Benefits went up in his first term when he was president. So analyze that strategy. You can't run on what you did or what you succeeded at. So you're going to go to the lowest level, tell lies, and call people Nazis and fascists. Not a good strategy, Stephen A. Not nice either.
Well, I'm not going to deny that it's not the greatest strategy. I don't know if you're entirely completely accurate in everything that you're saying, because I can think of lies that the other side as well. But I would say this to you. If you're Kamala Harris, what you could have done is lean on the reports that the economy was actually getting better, and it actually is in a good place compared to.
Now, look, again, when it comes to the economy, who directly caused the 9% CPI? Let's just ask that question. Who's directly responsible for the 9% CPI? How many people remember when Joe Biden was going around talking about, quote unquote, Putin's price hikes? Do you guys remember? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down.
It was. You could have acknowledged that. Guess
Not
what?
true.
I was a bit wrong in a position. I was a bit wrong in the position that I took on the border. And obviously, it's not about flip-flopping. It's about me correcting the error of my ways. She didn't do that. But in the end, I will tell you, I'll do you a favor and tell you where the biggest crime came about from the Democratic Party. You had a situation with Biden, who promised to be a transitional president. He labeled himself a stopgap, somebody that was going to come in there, sort of calm the waters, and then move out the way for a young blood to come into the fray. And new blood, rather, to come into the fray and be the next president of the United States. There was supposed to be a red wave in the midterms. It didn't happen. What does he do? He's the incumbent. He gets comfortable and says, I'm not going anywhere. And that threw everything up in flux. So suddenly he's debilitated a bit. The cognitive decline is something that we were witnessing. People were noticing it, but didn't want to speak about it. You let him go on stage and get embarrassed. June 27th, 3.5 weeks later, you elevate her. She never went through a primary or anything like that, which raised question marks. And then what do you do from there on, Sean? You obviously, they felt they needed to do whatever they could to get votes. This is what they were doing, and it didn't work. It didn't work, and that's what you have to applaud. The American people spoke. They said, we're not going for that. We're looking at policies. We're not going for all of that.
One last question. We don't have a lot of time. She never had to explain one time why she co-sponsored the Green New Deal, $93 trillion, and said she'd eliminate the filibuster. She never had to explain her position on gun mandatory buybacks. She never had to explain why she said the rioters in 2020, 574 of them, won't stop, shouldn't stop, and she won't stop supporting them. She never had to explain. She never had to explain, why we're going to pay for free sex change operations for illegal immigrants and give them amnesty when they don't respect our laws. Will you agree with me? We have 30 seconds for you to answer. That legacy media is dead. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm not going to say it's dead because I'm holding out hope that it can be resuscitated. But hold on to this moment, Sean, because it's a rarity. Hold on to this for the rest of your life, okay? I am going to agree with you from the standpoint that what was done was inexcusable because it was favoritism in the media, and it had no place in it for a presidential election. You got to call balls and strikes, and that's not what people on both sides are doing, but especially the left last couple.
So again, I want you guys to see, it's wild to see, right? It's wild to see all these narratives shifting. It's really wild to see all of these narratives shifting. Yeah. Now, shout out to Hurricane, right? They have this is what I'm saying. Language, right? You peep the game on it. You peep the game on the language. Now, we've got to come with some language of our own. Right? We've got to come with some language of our own. And don't worry. No worries. I definitely got some, right? I definitely got some. We're going to become a problem out
Voters get to make a choice, and there are always winners and losers. Some in the liberal media felt very confident in their candidate. Others said they should have been more cautiously optimistic. I think it's going to be a blowout, actually. I don't think it's going to be a close race. I think there are going to be those Republicans.
Well, throw some flames in the chat for Sunny because she was right. She said that she thought that it was going to be a blowout. It was. How many people would agree? It was. Sunny was right. It was a blowout, just not in the direction she thought it was going to be.
Well, in our republic, voters get to make a choice, and there are always winners and losers. Some in the liberal media felt very confident in their candidate. Others said they should have been more cautiously optimistic. I think it's going to be a blowout, actually. I don't think it's going to be a close race. I think there are going to be those Republicans that just vote for Harris.
It'll be tied on election day, as always it will. The polls will be tied, and then he'll lose.
You call us trash? Oh, JD Vance.
Shout out to Quasi.
You
What's
just
good with it,
stepped
bro?
up in a way that I've never seen in my political life, and I worked for Sarah Palin.
Then I would say take Harris over 270 electoral votes. Let these fools in these crypto markets do something. Let them.
You see, now look at him. That's the dude. He's crying about the woke problem. Man, look at him coming out with his chest out at crypto people. You see him coming. You see him coming at crypto people with the chest out. Look at that.
Oh, JD Vance, you just stepped up in a way that I've never seen in my political life, and I worked for Sarah Palin.
Then I would say take Harris over 270 electoral votes. Let these fools in these crypto markets do something. Let them drive the betting line into a favorable place and then take advantage of it. That's what I would do. I think she's going to win.
This month, you wrote Trump is toast. Do you find that?
Oh, even more so.
After America's voters spoke.
So now, again, mind you, all of those people that you watched, those are all the mainstream media. Those are all the mainstream media, and their predictions were completely off. Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it came to, calling this election, when it came to analyzing the data, who was more accurate? Us, our little group over here, or the mainstream media? Now, where's the punishment for the mainstream media and their year of mis and disinformation? And this is why, if you ask me, social media content creators need to come together to create an organization and to create a union to be able to push back on the mainstream media, pointing their fingers at us and calling us mis and disinformation anytime we prove them wrong or anytime we say something that they don't like. What gives them the right to be able to still have their building standing and we say something that's right and it might not be popular, but our channel is gone the next day, and then they want to complain about mis and disinformation? They want to complain about losing influence. Maybe if they did a better job than a one-man operation, then maybe they wouldn't have to worry about that. But most content creators, most social media platforms are one-man operations that are destroying the mainstream media when it comes to accuracy, when it comes to messaging, when it comes to analysis, when it comes to all of this stuff. We make it look easy.
Well, we need to really take a step back and think about, what does that say about us?
People who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare.
I'd like to know what that says about us as a country.
I'm mystified in some ways. Who are we as a country? And we're starting to find out. And from what I'm
just
seeing,
like a wild,
I'm not sure.
Because some of you niggas,
I like it.
You be acting just like a wild
One word comes to mind, and it's introspection. And if they don't do some, it's going to get difficult for all of us because we're here together.
No doubt. By the way, these comments are a reflex, right? If your reflex has been blame Trump and his supporters for their views, they're your problem, then that's going to be your initial instinct. True. The question is that next level, right? So James Carville has been warning the Democrat Party for months, for years now, hey, this woke stuff that you're peddling doesn't appeal to large constituencies who might go out and vote for Trump.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Have I made my case? Have I made my case about the era of invisibility? If I've made my case about the era of invisibility, throw some radiation emoji in the chat. If you still need further convincing, then give me a thumbs down or throw a clown face in the chat for me.
Here together.
No doubt. By the way, these comments are a reflex, right? If your reflex has been blame Trump and his supporters for their views, they're your problem, then that's going to be your initial instinct. True. The question is that next level, right? So James Carville has been warning the Democrat Party for months, for years now, hey, this woke stuff that you're peddling doesn't appeal to large constituencies who might go out and vote for Trump. So he predicted Harris but his instinct said something else. Will he say that same thing to his party at this point? Sonny Hostin, you played that clip on View just today. Blamed directly, and this is a direct quote, uneducated white women. Uneducated white women are the reason why Trump won. And one of her co-hosts
So I want you guys to pay very close attention, right? Because Sonny Hostin also called black men crazy, you know, and insane, right? But I want you to make sure Fox News takes care of the children of America, and white women are the children of America. Black men are America's nightmare. So Fox News will never say anything in regards to that unless it helps some type of initiative that they're trying to work towards. All right. But as you guys can see, when it comes to Fox News, right, they're on that simp. They're on that simp time. Make sure you protect the white women. So just make no mistake that when these people talk about, oh, you know, there's this racial obsession, they're the ones who are, for one, racially obsessed. And for two, there's no coalition. There's no we're all in it together. There's no none of that. Look at the wokeness. Look at the wokeness. Look at the woke right. Hard at work.
actually pointed out, that's the reason Trump has the support that he has, is because you keep demeaning his supporters as if they're not capable of understanding that they feel less secure, illegals have entered their neighborhoods, everything costs more, and they've got foreign wars they don't believe in. So I think it is a moment for introspection. We'll find out whether they're capable of it, but a lot of brains are broken right now, Harris.
Yeah,
and so they're going to say things that they may regret tomorrow.
Yeah, Joy Reid said the same thing, blaming white women, black women who stood in there. I don't think that we have any idea how many people who didn't want to tell their friends and neighbors that they voted for Donald Trump.
Now look at this. Now, and again, right now you see what this woman here is saying, right? And it's interesting that she brings that up, because that brings us back to the beginning of the live stream, right? In the beginning of the live stream, you have Joy Reid and the other woman encouraging people to shun their family members based on politics. And now this woman here is discussing, right, how people have had to, quote unquote, hide who they vote for as a result of Democrats controlling their family dynamics. Democrats control your family dynamics by telling you to coat hanger your baby too, right? They also control your family dynamics by telling you to go ahead and get with somebody that's, you know what I'm saying, got the same organs as you, right? So, you know, I mean, I'm just saying. So again, these are the very people that say, quote unquote, stay out of the bedroom, but they're all up in the bedroom. They're all up in the bedroom.
On the demographics there for these two women, because you're taking down an entire race of people, and it's really odd coming from the left, or maybe not.
Well, that's the problem, is that they look at people only in group categories, right? Identity politics says if you are X, you will vote Y, and Trump showed that no, it's not about that. What do you believe? What creator? What do you,
and how much green do you need?
Worship? All of those things matter more.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The color that matters to everybody, the color of money. Paying for groceries. President-elect Trump and his supporters celebrating a historic victory, and he will deliver a strong foreign policy. Many of our allies abroad have reached out to Trump to congratulate him, which includes Ukrainian President Zelensky and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We understand that Netanyahu was one of the first to call him. They spoke on the phone for about 20 minutes today, and the call is known to have been warm and cordial. And then Israel's leader posted this: "Congratulations on history's greatest comeback!" Exclamation.
Now you know why these two were the first two to call, right? Why they already about to be trying to see how much they can get out of Trump. And you know Trump gonna give him, he gonna give it all to him. He gonna give him as much money as he can give him. You know what I'm saying? Trump definitely gonna open up that wallet for these two.
Point. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. Trump vows to end the conflict in the Middle East. Let's watch.
I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. It would have never happened again. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. And I will prevent World War III from happening.
Fox News voter analysis shows more people trust Trump to handle the conflict in the Middle East. Pete.
Reestablishing deterrence. That's what we want. Trump talks often about how there were no new wars started under his watch, and they were only unleashed before and after, or ended disastrously. I mean, Iran is on notice. Xi Jinping is on notice. Kim Jong-un knows that ultimately he's on notice as well. So our adversary, and NATO, by the way, both Russia and NATO are on notice. He said that this is over, and the alliance better step up and be capable of defending Europe. So I think the adults are back in the room. Clarity in peace through strength and what America stands for is back. We're not going to be peddling.
So now I think this is interesting, right? And this is just another point where we can pay attention to these things. Now, you know, Trump is enforcing, you know, EU better be able to protect Europe, right? Now, let me ask you guys this. what kind of quote unquote unified communication do we have that mirrors that? That's my question for you guys. And why don't we have anything that mirrors that?
Climate change to China. We're going to be talking realpolitik about what their ambitions are and what our capabilities are. And when he rebuilds the morale inside our military through recruitment and capabilities, that will be a strong signal as well. So the good guys around the world realize America's back in their corner. The enemies are recalibrating right now because they remember what Trump did. Qasem Soleimani was clear. The leader of the Taliban understood.
Yeah, shout out to the specialist. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Because I don't know if you guys saw Mo Fax's last live stream, but you guys got to check out Mo Fax's last live stream where he talks about the enforced international order. And if you ask me, I think it's a tragedy. It's a shame that most people aren't even thinking on those levels.
What their fate was if they messed with Americans. America is first. America is back. That means a lot of good things on the world stage.
Can you talk to me just real quickly about what's happened, though, in this alignment between North Korea and Russia? North Korea putting troops on the ground against Ukraine. I'm just curious, like there was some shifting and things going on during this campaign, and you never heard Kamala Harris talk about it. North Korea in the game matters, too.
Not once, Harris. Not once. She wasn't capable of talking about it. That's the sad part. She really never had articulated a real foreign policy.
Again, right, because the election, some of the other topics that we usually talk about over here kind of got overshadowed. But we definitely need to get back into the geopolitical arena. We need to start talking about Africa. We need to start talking about Europe. We need to start talking about the international economy. And we need to start talking about the international geopolitics and foreign policy as it pertains to what's going on with quote unquote wars and what's going on with the economic warfare, right? Because if you ask me, some of these things, actually all of these things are very important topics that people need to be abreast of to be able to make correct and informed decisions moving into 2028, because people are going to have to do politics different in 2028. People are going to have to do politics different in 2028. People are going to have to be in control of their own information flow. People are going to have to be in charge of building their own personal wealth with a personal goal and a cumulative goal. And people are going to have to be in charge of picking and hitting targets. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Policy. This is an anti-American access brought about by weakness. What Joe Biden was capable of doing was something no one else was capable of doing, which is pushing China and Russia together. Russia then pulls buddies up to North Korea and to Iran. The BRICS countries coming together to try to suppress the dollar. They realize when the West in America is strong.
The BRICS, now again, the BRICS countries coming together to suppress the dollar. That's the Captain America version of what's going on, right? Let me ask you guys this question. Is that actually what's happening to suppress the dollar? What has the dollar done to the world? So again, what you should be able to see is that these people have no standard of telling the truth. None. However, if you ask me, one thing people need to not do is people need to not celebrate BRICS as if that's some way out, quote unquote, for us. Because it's not. It's just another dollar. You know what I'm saying? So as long as people are aware of that, you know what I'm saying?
Anti-American access brought about by weakness. What Joe Biden was capable of doing was something no one else was capable of doing, which is pushing China and Russia together. Russia then pulls buddies up to North Korea and to Iran. The BRICS countries coming together to try to suppress the dollar. They realize when the West in America is strong, communists, autocrats, dictators are weak. So they're coming together to try to counter us in a way that I don't think they know how to handle what Trump will bring to try to stop them in that approach. They know they've got a new approach coming. It's not friendly toward that new axis, but you got to realize it's real at this point.
Real quickly, because you have so much experience in the northern Midwest, we both have lived there, Minnesota, but also Wisconsin. What do you think about the blue wall right now? And we don't know how some of this is going to work out. They're still counting, but it didn't do initially what Democrats thought it would. Real quick thought on why.
No, it looks like a blue drawbridge kind of, Harris. It looks like for Trump, they drop the bridge and say, come on in. These are working class people who work hard for a living and ultimately just want a fair shake. They want common sense and a fair shake. You and I both know these people, and they came out for Trump.
Well, it looks like we're going to finally hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris, 4 p.m. Eastern. Outnumbered next. Pete, thank you.
All right, so there's that. All right, so there is that. So let me see what else we got. We got a lot. We got a lot. Look at your boy. Your boy Brandon Johnson. Your boy Brandon Johnson got a live stream going right now. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm telling you, it's so much. It's so much stuff to go over, man. It's so much stuff to go over. So check this out. We gotta. These people are so delusional. These people are so delusional, man. So delusional. It's ridiculous. Y'all got to give me, y'all, excuse me, y'all got to give me 2 seconds. My computer is acting funny. My computer acting really funny. All right, there we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here.
Ask you about something, a headline from NBC News. Trump just realigned the entire political map. Democrats have no easy path to fix it. Quote, in short, Trump has been able to engineer a near wholesale rightward shift in the electorate in ways that he couldn't in 2016 or 2020. The trends have blown.
Now, if you ask me, right, Trump did some of this, but the Democrats, they created this situation for themselves. The Democrats are largely responsible for the ease of access to the White House that Trump has. And they act like they just don't get it. They act like they just don't get it. Trump has just realigned the entire political map. Democrats have no easy path to fix it. The trends have blown up long-held Democratic and Republican narratives about how Americans vote. It's leading Democrats to sound the alarm about the party's future as Trump's Make America Great Again move next to become the more diverse group, the more diverse GOP. All right. And I want you guys to pay very close attention to the old, outdated faces of the false coalitions that they have on NBC.
With us, Leah, I want to ask you about something, a headline from NBC News. Trump just realigned the entire political map. Democrats have no easy path to fix it. Quote, in short, Trump has been able to engineer a near wholesale rightward shift in the electorate in ways that he couldn't in 2016 or 2020. The trends have blown up long-held Democratic and Republican narratives about how Americans vote. It's leading Democrats to sound the alarm about the party's future as Trump's Make America Great Again movement grew to become the most diverse GOP coalition in generations and gave Trump the most decisive victory for a GOP presidential nominee in 2 decades. So a bunch of questions for you, Leah. Do you buy that? How are you thinking about this moving forward? And how much of this do you think is an actual realignment, and how much do you think is very Trump specific?
Well, I don't quite buy it because President Trump got exactly the same number of votes that he got in 2020. So there wasn't a growing of the number of people who voted for him. What Democrats have to look at is why is it that 10 million of our voters stayed home? Why they didn't? Where were they? What happened? And that is a failure on our part, perhaps partly messaging, but also just in the tactical strategy of turnout, of voter identification, and getting people out to vote.
Now, one of the reasons why they want to get one of the reasons why they quote unquote want to get these people out to vote is they want to get these people out to vote because of the quality control. They know that chances are 8 times out of 10, if they get a black voter to the polls, that black voter is going to vote Democrat. As much as people may have an issue with that, as much as that may upset people, as much as people don't want to hear that, none of that matters. What matters is reality. And the reality is that when a black voter walks into a voting booth 8 times out of 10, they're going to vote Democrat. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is one of the reasons why they have such a concentration on, quote unquote, simply just wanting to get black people to the polls, because of the predictable behavior in the way that they have people under quality control, right? It's not about offering anybody anything that they'll be able to walk away with that voter booth having the confidence to know that they're going to receive for their vote, right? So now we got to go back, right, to talking about the quote-unquote couch, right? Because the thing is that people should be under the understanding that, of course, they're not going to mention these things. So you got to be able to listen through the dog whistles, right? Listen through the dog whistles. People fly off the handles. Ah, they didn't mention the couch. You know what I'm saying? You know when they're talking about the couch versus when you don't. Why fly off the handle when we know what time it is? This isn't our media. This is our media. I'm talking about the couch, so the couch is being talked about. Why do you expect what's not your media to not talk about your issue? This is the whole problem the entire time, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. So when they say, oh, all of these voters didn't vote, you see who all they got up here. Pay attention to the language. Pay attention to the symboling. Who's up here to address these people that didn't go to the polls? They got the people up there who, quote unquote, look like, quote unquote, the people that didn't go to the polls. Now, the mainstream media is never going to say that verbally, but they're saying that in their symbolism. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to Mr. King. What's good with it, bro? All right. So again, what we're looking at here is we're looking at widespread failure, right? And now the Democrats can't even use any of that language to even get the people who were going to the polls to come to the polls in the same turnout that they were coming in before. So these problems are self-compiling problems, because that is going to solidify the inability of the Democrats to be able to effectively message in 2028. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Leah Daughtry are both back with us. Leah, I want to ask you about something, a headline from NBC News. Trump just realigned the entire political map. Democrats have no easy path to fix it. Quote, in short, Trump has been able to engineer a near wholesale rightward shift in the electorate in ways that he couldn't in 2016 or 2020. The trends have blown up long-held Democratic and Republican narratives about how Americans vote. It's leading Democrats to sound the alarm about the party's future as Trump's Make America Great Again movement grew to become the most diverse GOP coalition in generations and gave Trump the most decisive victory for a GOP presidential nominee in 2 decades. So a bunch of questions for you, Leah. Do you buy that? How are you thinking about this moving forward? And how much of this do you think is an actual realignment, and how much do you think is very Trump specific?
Well, I don't quite buy it, because President Trump got.
Now, here's the thing, right? She says that she doesn't quite buy it. But if we look at the voter shifts tell a different story. The voter shifts tell a different story. But she doesn't quite buy it, despite the fact that the data says something else.
Thinking about this moving forward, and how much of this do you think is an actual realignment, and how much do you think is very Trump specific?
Well, I don't quite buy it.
And shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Because President Trump got exactly the same number of votes that he got in 2020. So there wasn't a growing.
What that means, right? See, and again, she's not paying attention. So if Trump got the same amount of votes that he got in 2020 and Democrats got significantly less, what did Trump do that brought his people in the same numbers to the poll? And what did the Democrats do that caused people to not even get up and vote? But you see how she doesn't want to acknowledge that? That is a huge issue, right? So again, if they can't even acknowledge issues in their own campaigns, my question is, how can they acknowledge issues to improve any issues that people may have, not only in their lives, but with the messaging of the party?
Of the number of people who voted for him, what Democrats have to look at is why is it that 10 million of our voters stayed home? Why they didn't? Where were they?
All right, so I'm gonna ask you guys, why did 10 million Democrat voters stay home? They're not gonna answer these questions, right? So shout out to the people in the comment section and shout out to the replay gang. If you guys get to this point, I need you guys to list all of the reasons why Democrat voters stay home.
What happened? And that is a failure on our part, perhaps partly messaging, but also just in the tactical strategy of turnout, of voter identification, and getting people out to vote.
This lady is delusional. She's saying that the voter IDs and getting people out to vote is the reason why they lost. She thinks that voter ID and getting people out to vote is the reason why people didn't vote.
Thinking about this moving forward, and how much of this do you think is an actual realignment, and how much do you think is very Trump specific?
Shout out to KOK Fit. What's good with it, bro?
I don't quite buy it because President Trump got exactly the same number of votes that he got in 2020. So there wasn't a growing of the number of people who voted for him. What Democrats have to look at is why is it that 10 million of our voters stayed home? Why they didn't? Where were they? What happened? And that is a failure on our part, perhaps partly messaging, but also just in the tactical strategy of turnout, of voter identification, and getting people out to vote. So this wholesale, well, he grew all of these people and all of these new voters. What new voters? He got the same number he got the last time. And so
it doesn't matter if he got the same number that he got the last time. That number was enough to beat Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris didn't do enough, and neither did the Democrats, to get a large majority of Democrat voters to come to the polls. You all failed. Shout out to AB Promotions. Facts. If y'all agree with AB Promotions, the Democrats sitting up there sounding like this guy, then give me a thumbs up.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
That's facts.
We got work to do on what happened to our tactics, what happened to our strategy, what happened to identifying voters where they are getting what happened to the people who voted for us the last time who just
notice all that. Listen, I want you guys to see the major fundamental flaw in the strategy here. The strategy is, where are the voters? Where are the voters? Where are the voters? Where are the voters? Notice the strategy is not what did we offer to the voters? Where did we fail at giving the voters something to get off the couch for? Yeah. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said we took our booties to the couch. What reason did the Democrats give anybody to vote? They gave no reasons. And for a long time, people have not had a requirement of a reason. But it's 2024 now, and now people are starting to put demands on the table. You know what I'm saying? Now people are putting demands on the table. All she keeps saying is, well, we just didn't do that. All she's talking about for the most part is that they didn't manipulate effectively enough. If you guys would agree, what this woman is talking about is effective manipulation. She's not talking about offering a good product, because the Democrats aren't interested in offering a good product because of quality control, because of 80% over 60-year span. They think that they can just do anything and get the vote for free. They want a handout. And I got to agree with the specialist. The specialist says their strategy was to not have a strategy. Facts. Right. Shout out to Ryan Glenn. Ryan Glenn says she's delusional. She thinks 15 to 20 million people who had the ability to vote couldn't catch a ride to the polls this year or couldn't download the Uber app. or couldn't download what's the other one? Uber and what's the other one called? Oh, why can't I think of the other ride share service? They couldn't download one of them apps and get a ride to the polls.
Sat it out this time. That's the work that has to.
I think that's such a key and important point because to Matthew.
Yeah, Lyft. That's it. They couldn't get an Uber or a Lyft. Come on, man. They could easily get an Uber or a Lyft. They could get to them polls if they wanted to get to them polls. They just didn't want to because there's nothing there. They get to the polls and then they vote and then there's no payback. Like I said, those of us that didn't even vote with the Trump presidency win, we got a beautiful bump in our cryptocurrency. The bump that we got in cryptocurrency from not voting for Trump is probably more in a cash value than what we would have gotten out of a Kamala Harris presidency. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Doubts pieces we started this hour. In fact, Trump got less. He underperformed his vote from 2020. The difference maker in this election were the 10 million Democrats or independent voters who did not support. So, Eddie, I also take exception to this idea that what Trump did was orchestrate a rightward shift in the electorate. No, what Trump did was took advantage of a rightward shift in the body politic and the electorate that is.
No, I've said this before. The Democrat Party and the world has shifted so far left in its worldview that people in normal situations who would be considered on the left are now baseline either moderate or right. That's what happened. And what's interesting about this is that these people don't see how far and how extreme that shift has become. They can't see it. They're still lost in the sauce. They still lost in the sauce.
Grew all of these people and all of these new voters. What new voters? He got the same number he got the last time. And so we got work to do on what happened to our tactics, what happened to our strategy, what happened to identifying voters, where they are getting what happened to the people who voted for us the last time, who just sat it out this time. That's the work that has to.
I think that's such a key and important point because to Matthew Dowd's pieces we started this hour, in fact, Trump got less. He underperformed his vote from 2020. The difference maker in this election were the 10 million Democrats or independent voters who did not support. So, Eddie, I also take exception to this idea.
So here's the question. So then we have to ask about the Democrat strategy. Why were they so hell-bent on getting Robert Kennedy out of the race then? Because if they had kept Robert Kennedy in the race, Robert Kennedy would have tied up those independent votes. So again, this falls back onto campaign strategy failure. These people, they're not earning their paychecks. You know what I'm saying?
Idea that what Trump did was orchestrate a rightward shift in the electorate. No, what Trump did was took advantage of a rightward shift in the body politic and the electorate that has been occurring for.
Now, shout out to Hurricane IQ, right? Hurricane IQ says black. They won't say black. Now, we've talked about this, right? Is the era of anybody saying black, for the most part, aside from us on social media, that's 2024. That's it. That's done. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Going forward, there should literally be no one who's confused about why they don't hear the quote unquote word black in the media anymore. That's going to be rapidly phased out. That's going to be rapidly phased out. And the reason why that's going to be rapidly phased out is because, as you guys can see, all of the media is on the same page of that very thing being what lost Kamala Harris the race. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, no need to worry, right? No need to worry, because we're going to be talking about that kind of stuff over here, right? We're going to be talking about that kind of stuff on our channels. But, you know, as far as the mainstream media, not happening. This is going to be one of the last times you see one of these panels looking like this, unless you look at Roland Martin's channel. Unless you look at Roland Martin's channel, who Roland Martin is not really going to be doing very well after this year. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be the last time you see a panel that looks like this.
For some time, he saw how to maneuver and position himself, and saw that opening with young men.
Which again, right? That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, because with the mainstream media detaching from this type of propaganda, that presents more of an opportunity to be able to control the messaging. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The Black JFK says, phase out the word black. How are we going to get specific benefits for native-born Black Americans and address our issues? We're going to address our issues ourselves. Here's my question. They've been saying the word black in the mainstream media, right? Because that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mainstream media. I'm not talking about us. But the mainstream media has been blacking everything out forever. What have they gotten us? The reason why is because they're falsely blacking everything out. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's one of the reasons why they're selective when they say it. They don't say it when it applies, and they do say it when it doesn't apply. You know what I'm saying? So now, how are we going to get specific benefits for native-born Black Americans and address our issues? We're going to take them. We're going to address them ourselves. It should not be more legitimate for the white-owned media to say the word black than it is for us to say the word black. We the only people that matter that should say it. They don't matter because they always come in with a false premise, right? So if you ask me, right, this ain't a bad thing, because this gives us the opportunity to be able to organize our ideas, to be able to organize our initiatives, to be able to organize our priorities, and then come straight with a message that we do not share with these people, a pure and unpolluted message. Shout out to Tia. Because what happens is, see, if these people come with the message becomes polluted. And then next thing you know is you hear, quote unquote, these people here say the word black, black, blickety, black, 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 black. And then nothing gets done with it. Nothing gets done with it. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to be able to change that pattern and reverse it and take control, which is what the most important thing is. You know what I'm saying?
And on platforms, on the digital platforms that Democrats largely ignored, not play in the digital.
And another thing that the Democrats did is that anybody who is online, the Democrats sent their digital people after those people. The Democrats sent the Roland Martins. The Democrats sent the Joy Reids. The Democrats sent all of their quote unquote digital surrogates after independent people like me. You know what I'm saying?
Time. Talk, if you can, about this idea of this rightward shift. Now, I've always looked at the country as mostly center right in its understanding. Meaning,
it doesn't matter. Look, and again, this is what I keep trying to explain to people. When these people say, "Well, it always has seemed to me," seemed to me is not an argument. The only thing that matters is what is. It doesn't matter how things seem to this guy. People can be delusional. And even if people are not delusional, people will still just frame certain things the way that they want them to be framed, even if it's not an honest framing. It just seemed to me that the country was, it doesn't matter what it seemed like it was to you. What matters was how it actually is. And these people have completely ignored, they've completely and purposely ignored how it is.
Meaning that it's, on fiscal matters, it's a lot more conservative. On social matters, it tends to be a little bit more moderate. But what we're seeing now is beyond that. And it's sort of a leaning in towards a nationalistic, paternalistic view of the country and how we look at each other.
I think this is a really important question, Mike, that we need to shift from why did Vice President Harris lose to what kind of country are we? right? And I think
so. I want you guys to see they're still trying to push this message. They're trying to get people to self-shame. Well, if Kamala Harris lost, what kind of country are we? Kamala Harris losing the race that's the least of what would determine what this country is. This country has a huge history going back beyond 1776 that'll tell you what type of country is. The country is not determined based on whether Kamala Harris won or lost. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That is not what determines what the country is. These people are delusional. These people are delusional. Let me ask you guys this question. If the Democrats fail to see reality, what kind of political party are they?
what we've seen over the last 40 to 50 years, and it's culminating in Trumpism and MAGA republicanism, right, is this kind of toxic combination of selfishness, greed, and hatred.
I'm all about selfishness and greed. I'm all about selfishness and greed. You should absolutely put your well-being first. If this dude wants to starve himself to death and give somebody else the last crumbs on his plate, then that's on him. But let me ask you guys this question. How well has that worked? How well has that worked? Now, in terms of who you voted for per se, right? How does that determine if you're greedy or not, or if you're self-centered or not? And who's to even say that being greedy and self-centered are bad things? Let me ask you this question. If you're not in optimal condition, are you able to take care of your family? Are you able to be an effective employee? Shout out to Hoop Jargon. What's good with it, bro? Are you able to do anything effectively if you're not your best self? So shouldn't your focus be on maintaining your best self? I want you guys to listen to these two men, and let me ask you guys this question. What kind of men do men like this create? There is absolutely no indictment on the quality of the country is based on the history of the country. It's not based on whether Kamala Harris won or whether Kamala Harris lost. That is ridiculous. That is an absurd, ridiculous notion. Shout out to Shatira. Shatira said the people chose the felon. What does that say about them? It says that they may not be very far from the people that choose the bear. It says that they might not be too far from the people that choose the bear. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now, again, this is hilarious. This is hilarious to me. It's an indictment on the country because people didn't choose Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is some type of beacon of purity. She's some type of beacon of social credit. How? And even if she is, let's just give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that she is a beacon of social credit. Let's just say that she is a beacon of quality. What that means is that people saw her as lower quality than the other alternative. I don't think that greed and any of that stuff that he just discussed, I don't think any of that was on the ballot. I don't think that any of that was on the ballot. So what you guys are watching is, again, you're watching the Democrats monolith enforce, and the Democrats are monolith enforcing and continuing to attempt to push forward a culture of non-autonomy and dependency. They want people to constantly fall into the fail-safe mode of we can't do it anyway. We can. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and shout out to Hoop Jargon. Hoop Jargon says they speak as if she and the Democrats are the standard, and they are not. They're not. There's no standard. The only standard is the needs of the voters. That's the only standard. Who cares what they want? Who cares what these people want on TV? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tricky Nick. What's good with it, bro? Who cares what these people want? You know what I'm saying?
That what Trump did was orchestrate a rightward shift in the electorate. No, what Trump did was took advantage of a rightward shift in the body politic and the electorate that has been occurring for some time. He saw how to maneuver and position himself and saw that opening with young men on platforms, on the digital platforms that Democrats largely ignored. They did not play.
Listen. The Democrats pushed young men to Trump and they pushed young men to the couch because the Democrats are anti-male. And if a man has his own mind and votes for his own interests, like the economy, right? Because you need a good economy to get a woman, right? And immigration, right? Because this is this protection thing. And, you know what I'm saying? The most crimes that the immigrants have been doing have been against women, but that's neither here nor there, right? Then that somehow makes you a misogynist. So when you're a man and you're voting, especially if you're a black man and you're voting, it's a lose-lose. And these guys encourage that. And the idea is that you're supposed to be the happy loser. You should, for one, never be a loser. And for two, definitely never be a happy loser.
In the digital verse, the way Republicans had for some time. Talk, if you can, about this idea of this rightward shift. Now, I've always looked at the country as mostly center-right in its understanding, meaning that it's on fiscal matters, it's a lot more conservative. On social matters, it tends to be a little bit more moderate. But what we're seeing now is beyond that. And it's sort of a leaning in towards a nationalistic, paternalistic view of the country and how we look at each other.
I think this is a really important question, Mike, that we need to shift from why did Vice President Harris lose to what kind of country are we, right? And I think
So now, again, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this, right? When it comes to the Democrats, look at this. Again, what kind of country are we? The voters have already, like, how are people missing this? They think that the voters are wrong. The voters have determined the race. They're not living in reality.
What we've seen over the last 40 to 50 years, and it's culminating in Trumpism and MAGA Republicanism, right, is this kind of toxic combination of selfishness, greed, and hatred. And in some ways, it's all about an evisceration of any notion of the public good, an idea that my own concerns, my own well-being animates how I move about the world, that a notion of my relationship to my fellows, what is a notion of baseline understandings of who we are and our obligations to each other. All of that is just out the door.
What obligations do we have to quote unquote each other? What obligations do, quote unquote, we have to each other? What obligations? And again, let's just look at statistics. If we look at how these people here are encouraging people to do politics, my question for everybody watching this live stream is, what historical track record does this have of working effectively? What historical track record does this have of working effectively, guys?
And people are just out for themselves. And so when you have portions of the electorate that are selfish, I don't care if he's a convict, he gave me a check, right? Or you have folks who are greedy, that are the billionaires who want to control everything. And then you have folks who are fearful that the country's changing. And so what Donald Trump has done.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is this SBE right here? Is this SBE? Is this shame, blame, and explain? Notice how the question isn't what did we do wrong? How did we disconnect with the voters? How did we not effectively message them? That's not the question. That's not in question. The question is, we lost. What's wrong with you people? We lost. What's wrong with you people? We lost. What's wrong with you people? Let me ask you guys this. In other areas of life, in other arenas of life, when there's a loss that's observed, is the normal response, what's wrong with you people? Shout out to Telegram. What's good with the Telegram?
Is he's, shall we say, exploited that. Now, I think we need to also say, in light of that shift, and we could call it neoliberalism and da-da-da-da, the crisis of it, or however we want to describe it, but the Obama coalition may very well be dead. But I do know this too, the third way Democrat is dead. Now, the interesting thing about the conversation.
Now, you guys hear this? These people are reading their own eulogy. I want you guys to understand this. This stuff, it is officially over with. It is officially over with. These people are reading their own eulogy. If you guys would agree that these people are officially reading their own eulogy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree and you think something else is going on here, then give me a thumbs down.
Conversation that we're having about the postmortem is that folk will want to lurch back to the right with regards to the Democratic Party. But when they're lurching back to the right, they're going back to what the DLC did, which is in effect concede the ground to Reaganism, concede the ground to the philosophy that has produced this selfishness, this greed, and intensification of hatred in some ways. And so part of what we have to do, I think, and I'll be quick here, is to be honest about where we are. And if we're honest with—
Well, the thing is that I haven't heard one thing. I haven't heard one honest thing from this panel. Let me ask you guys, what honesty have you all heard from this panel? Have you all heard an actual honest assessment come from this panel? What of value has come from this panel?
Where we are, it's not about what Kamala Harris didn't do. It's about who we are.
We don't want you to be quick, Eddie Glaude. We don't invite you on here to be quick. Take your time. Got 3 hours.
I mean, this whole yes, that is it. It's not about, how can we, I've been very dismayed actually by this whole working class voter conversation, because are Black people not working class?
Okay.
Are like, if it was real.
What now, again, right? Where did that come from? Here's my question with the Simone Sanders stuff. Where did that come from? And how is that relevant to what's being discussed right now? So we got Simone Sanders. This is what I'm telling you, right? This is what I'm saying. Where did that come from? Who said that Black voters weren't middle class? Now, we know about the dog whistling, right? But we got a whole panel here with all Black people and one white lady. Where did that come from? Where'd that come from? Shout out to Tia. What's good with it, Tia? Where'd that come from? And what does that contribute to the conversation? So what is Simone Sanders doing right here is the question. What is she doing right here?
About what Kamala Harris didn't do. It's about who we are.
I'm going to tell you guys what she's doing. This is what's called a quote unquote draw in. All right. She's attempting to throw something out there to draw people into the conversation, to make those people feel as if the conversation is about and being framed around them, but it's not. All right. So now why let's just ask this question. Why would the assumption be, oh, they're not talking about the Black middle class? Why would that be the automatic assumption? Let's ask that question, because what we got to see here is we got to see what Simone Sanders is doing.
To be quick, Eddie Glaude. We don't invite you on here to be quick. Take your time. Got 3 hours.
I mean, this whole yes, that is it. It's not about, how can we, I've been very dismayed actually by this whole working class voter conversation, because are Black people not working class?
Okay.
Are like, if it was really.
So again, well, I don't understand. Shout out to y'all in the comment section. Does anybody understand where Simone Sanders is going with this?
Big loud. We don't invite you on here to be quick. Take your time. Got 3 hours.
I mean, this whole yes, that is it. It's not about, how can we, I've been very dismayed actually by this whole working class voter conversation, because are Black people not working class?
Like she didn't, I want you guys to like pay attention. Like she don't even finish her first thought. So this is how you know that she doesn't even have a point. And this is what I'm talking about. Shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, what does she mean? Right. What does she mean? What is going on right here? Notice she doesn't even complete the sentence and then she jumps right to that. That's important.
It's about who we are.
We don't want you to be quick, Eddie Glaude. We don't invite you on here to be quick. Take your time. Got 3 hours.
I mean, this whole yes, that is it. It's not about, how can we, I've been very dismayed actually by this whole working class voter conversation, because are Black people not working class?
Okay.
Like, if you really want to boil it down, if it's really about the issues, if it's really about the message, how did the message break through to Black working class people and it didn't break through to the majority of anybody else? And I see y'all white women and Hispanic voters.
Look, what is this? This is what I'm saying, man. What's going on right here? This is what people got to be paying attention to. This is the purpose of having somebody like a Simone Sanders on TV.
Like, if you really want to boil it down, if it's really about the issues, if it's really about the message, how did the message break through to Black working class people and it didn't break through to the majority of anybody else? And I see y'all white women and Hispanic voters out there that are in my inbox right now saying, but we voted for her. Yes, but let me explain this how this works, okay? As a Black woman in America, if something happens and somebody does something, then it's like, I understand I didn't do it, but we got to address the things for everybody else. So this is.
I mean, we really don't. You really don't. That's just what people do. Right? So again, I like, just look at this, man. Shout out to PD That Remains. What's good with it, bro? Nah, but we're gonna talk about that later, bro. But yeah, they broke out here. They broke out here. Shout out to Ryan. Ryan says they're going to push the white women even further to the right, the way they've been talking lately. Now, here goes my thing, right? I don't even care about what direction white women are in as far as politics, right? To me, like, that's a non-factor, right? People gonna do what they do. You could say whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? And, people are going to do what they do politically. My thing is, how is this messaging how is this message providing substantive information to the voters? And what points is she proving here? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick said they pushed everybody right. Yeah. If you guys would agree with Tricky Nick, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, shout out to Shatira. Shatira says, who says the message broke through? Black people vote for Democrats out of habit. Facts. If you guys agree with Shatira, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree with what Shatira says, and the data supports that. The data supports that. Now, what Simone Sanders is doing is Simone Sanders is just getting on TV and just saying what she wants to say because she has a microphone in front of her face. She's not saying anything based in fact. She's not saying anything based in reality. All she's doing is just waving her fingers around and, you know what I'm saying, being the MSNBC version of Tasha K just to do it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing of any political, nutritional value in anything that she's saying. She's just, you know what I'm saying, throwing catfight wolf tickets. That's it. Which is indicative of somebody who has thoroughly lost. You know what I'm saying? People talk crap when they can't fight.
Okay.
Like if you really want to boil it down, if it was really about the issues, if it was really about the message, how did the message break through to Black working class people and it didn't break through to the majority of anybody else? And I see y'all white women and Hispanic voters out there that are in my inbox right now saying, but we voted for her. Yes, but let me explain this how this works, okay? As a Black woman in America, if something happens and somebody does something, you know, then it's like, I understand I didn't do it, but we got to address the things for everybody else. So this is the box that we're in. I understand there are white women out here that voted for Kamala Harris, but baby, 52% of y'all voted for Donald Trump.
And they're allowed to. Let me again, can anybody show me the contract or the pact that shows that white women have to vote for Kamala Harris? Like, again, I've addressed this before and I'm going to keep asking this question. Where was this contract that said that white women have to vote for Kamala Harris? Why is that some type of expectation from the left-wing media? It doesn't make sense to me. Like they don't. I hear newsflash. They don't have to vote for Trump, or they don't have to vote for Kamala Harris. Nobody had to vote for Kamala Harris. Black men don't have to vote for Kamala Harris. No one has to vote for Kamala Harris. Like no one has to do it. No one owes Kamala Harris a vote. Yeah, and I shout out to Shatera. Shatera said it's not Black women's responsibility to question why people voted for whoever. Facts. If you guys agree with Shatera, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, to me, like, this is wild. This is bizarre. And what's crazy about it is that Simone Sanders and Joy Reid and all of these legacy NBC people that talk like this, they literally think that this is working. Like, they think that this works. Look, DC, shout out to DC Precise. You got me. You know what I'm saying? You got me.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it, bro?
And I understand there are white women out here that voted for Kamala Harris, but baby, 52% of y'all voted for Donald Trump, and this was not the first time. So
no one cares, Simone Sanders. No one has to answer to you. Like, what do these people not understand? No one has to answer to you. Baby, boo-boo. Listen to me, sweetheart, hunty. Listen to me. No one has to answer to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's done. Them days is over. Yo, you better be getting your resume together. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Hoop Jargon. Hoop Jargon says the delusion is real. This reminded me of when I coached AAU and the parents used to blame everything but their own kids of why we lost. Bro, facts. You're a horrible coach. Ma'am, your child is 20. Your child is 0 for 20 on layups. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? I'm a horrible coach. You know what I'm saying? No, again, where's the contract that any of these people had to vote for Kamala Harris? Nobody had to vote for Kamala Harris like that. Like, no one had to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody make it make sense. Simone Sanders like, boo-boo, baby. You know what I'm saying? Hunty. You know what I'm saying? Listen, sweetheart. Like, nah. Like, nah, boo. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who told you that, but you know what I'm saying? You listened to the wrong message.
I understand I didn't do it, but we got to address the things for everybody else. So this is the box that we're in. I understand there are white women out here that voted for.
And again, that's not true. That's just something that people do. You know what I'm saying? Now, and I've seen this on social media. Again, right? Talking about Kamala Harris. If you simply talking about Kamala Harris, even if you don't mention any other associated demographics or anything like that, somehow it gets turned into, well, this is what this individual says about Black women. This is what Simone Sanders is saying. no one's. So if I criticize Kamala Harris, that's somehow, quote unquote, criticizing black women. That's how you get attacked on social media. This is the very thing that Simone Sanders is saying. Oh, if a black woman does something in public, then everybody's got to address it. No, they don't. You know what I'm saying? They really don't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I shout out to Hoop Jargon. Now, look, not only is this madness, if you ask me, this is indicative of how backwards people's behaviors are. The Democrats, this kind of thought process, this is what creates the majority of these radical, violent, criminal simps, right? And the culture of not even being able to do root cause analysis on problems. Like, you got the Kamala Harris campaign literally saying, well, you know, what's wrong with America? You guys haven't asked one time what's wrong with you. I don't know. Maybe America don't think that dudes with beards wearing stilettos and sundresses should go into the bathrooms with women. Maybe that's one thing that's wrong with America. Look, now, shout out to Shatera. Shatera said Simone should just go back to playing linebacker for Bernie. Now, look, check this out, though. She's actually going against Bernie's talking point, right? She's actually going against Bernie's talking point. So that's another thing that I find very interesting in this. You know what I'm saying? This is just the narrative shifting. The narrative shifting is just wild.
It's really about the issues. It's really about the message. How did the message break through to Black working class people, and it didn't break through to the majority of anybody else? And I see y'all white women and Hispanic voters out there that are in my inbox right now saying, but we voted for her. Yes, but let me explain how this works, okay? As a Black woman in America, if something happens and somebody does something.
No, let me, I'm going to explain how this works. Nobody's in your inbox explaining votes to you. Nobody's in your inbox explaining votes to you. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people do you all think are in Simone Sanders' inbox explaining votes to her? What did you do? Threaten to tackle them if they don't tell you why they voted for who? Nobody's in your inbox asking you about your permission to approve who they voted for versus who they did. No one cares. You're not that important. Nobody cares. Why would somebody care about what Simone Sanders thinks about who you voted for or not? Why? Unless you're at the line of scrimmage.
You know, then it's like, I understand I didn't do it, but we got to address the things for everybody else. So this is the box that we're in. I understand there are white women out here that voted for Kamala Harris, but baby, 52% of y'all voted for Donald Trump. And this was not the first time. So now for the third time. So y'all got to come together and address it internally. So I understand you didn't do it, but enough people did, but y'all got to.
Listen, this is what I'm saying about how delusional these people. If 51% of white women voted for Trump, it sounds to me like there was already an internal discussion. It was one that you weren't part of. That's what it sounds like to me. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like an internal discussion already took place. And it sounds like that internal discussion was pretty successful. And it sounds like the only one that's kind of left out of the loop, you know what I'm saying, might be good old Simone. Shout out to Lewis Knowles. Lewis Knowles says, Rob, you're not getting that first down when it comes to her. Bro, you know how many shoulders she's probably dislocated? Somebody told me she had a Heisman Trophy award. I don't know if that's true or not. Let me know.
I have a conversation. So that's just how I'm just helping you understand. This is just how it works. But it is the opportunity for the Democratic Party apparatus is actually within the base of the party and the people that did not come out. They were fighting the couch this entire election, the Democrats were. And so the question is, why is there this insatiable need, Bishop, to go to the immediate response was, oh, okay, well, the party is just, too progressive, to this, to that. I mean, you have Democratic lawmakers. Seth Moulton, got up there saying whatever he thought he would say. My former boss, Bernie Sanders.
See? Everything else. Hey, I don't know what they're doing on here, but they ain't got time to tarry. They about to be out of jobs.
And so the question is, why is there this insatiable need, Bishop, to go to the immediate response was, oh, okay, well, the party is just, too progressive, to this, to that. I mean, you have Democratic lawmakers. Yeah. Seth Moulton, got up there saying whatever he.
Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said white women having a voting monolith is what Simone Sanders wants. Simone Sanders wants that elephant tusk. Simone Sanders wants that white female voter monolith carved out of elephant tusks, the ivory monolith. That's not happening. I mean, it is happening, but you know what I'm saying? They didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Thought he would say, my former boss, Bernie Sanders, said, Democratic Party has abandoned working class people. That is actually not true. Now, we can talk about how we talk about it, right? We can, and this is probably not a popular conversation for Democrats to have, but perhaps maybe too much union, not enough worker, okay? So to be clear, I'm sorry, but I love the unions. I love them. They do good work. You better thank a union for the 40-hour work week.
Yeah, that lost the election, Simone. This is what I'm saying about how delusional these people are. I mean, you still quoting losing quotes. They are delusional. And again, let me ask you guys this question. How can anybody lead anybody to success when you're this delusional? Think about it. Think about it.
He would say, my former boss, Bernie Sanders, said, Democratic Party has abandoned working class people. That is actually not true. Now, we can talk about how we talk about it, right? We can, and this is probably not a popular conversation for Democrats to have, but perhaps maybe too much union, not enough worker, okay? So to be clear, I'm sorry, but I love the unions. I love them. They do good work. You better thank a union for the 40-hour work week and overtime pay. However, everybody in the country is not because of some of the laws that are in Republican governors in many places. There's not as many people are members of the union. So if you're talking about union members versus workers, there's another thing. And there are Black and brown people.
There you go. Look. There's black. Look, man. Look, man. Let me ask y'all this question, man. How many people are tired of this? How many people are tired of this? Seriously.
In that category, this insatiable need to run towards people that have not voted for not voted for you in recent history since.
Hey, Nikki, Tricky Nick said, it's Pinky with no brain. It's Pinky with no brain. All she does is sit there and talk like she's insane. It's Pinky with no brain. It's Pinky with no brain. All she does is sit there and talk like she's insane.
1964 in mass, I don't understand.
Yeah, and I think it's a conversation the party has to have because you're right. Democratic Party has not won white people since LBJ. So this idea that somehow, we got to go to this constituency every single time that has rejected the Democratic Party.
Now, look, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, this might sound crazy, right? But I don't know if the best idea for the Democratic Party would to be quote unquote all out alienate white people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That could be why they got smashed. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, it's Pinky with no brain. It's Pinky with no brain. It's Pinky with no brain. All she does is sit there and talk like she's insane. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Shatira. That could be a sign that you've gone too far left. Yeah. And you see old girl right here, you know what I'm saying, with the cheetah skin business suit on. She said, and I mean, I don't know why we need to go after them. I don't know. Maybe because they're the majority of the people in the United States, you might want to get just a small chunk of them. Right. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says mathematics agrees with you, Rob. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. What are we going to try to do today, Brain? Try to take over the black vote.
Everybody, not as many people are members of the union. So if you're talking about union members versus workers, there's another thing. And there are black and brown people in that category. This insatiable need to run towards.
Look, shout out to Rhonda. Rhonda said, I'm still tripping that she has a husband. That's because she ran up on him. She ran up on and over him. You know what I'm saying?
People that have not voted for you in recent history since 1964 en masse, I don't understand.
Yeah, and I think it's a conversation the party has to have, because you're right. Democratic Party has not won white people since LBJ. So this idea that somehow, we got to go to this constituency every single time, that has rejected the Democratic Party for damn near 50 years. Excuse me, Lord. So what are we doing? And I think what the party has.
She said, excuse me, Lord. She said, excuse me, Lord. Listen.
To do is admit that, it helps when you acknowledge the facts. Admit that and figure out then how do we get the balance.
If it helps to acknowledge the facts, then my question is, when are the Democrats going to acknowledge the facts? She literally just sat up here and said, well, it helps when they acknowledge the facts. When y'all going to acknowledge the facts? When are y'all going to do that?
Right of appealing to the people who consistently turn out for us, who consistently show up for us and have over these last several decades, and do some persuasion with other people. Because when you talk to people about the issues, what's clear is even the white people who don't vote for us align with us on issues, but they don't like our candidates. And so there's this.
Is that what it is? What is that what it is? Where's the facts that support this? Now I gotta listen, man. Yeah, shout out to Lewis. If you guys agree with Lewis, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Lewis says they want the facts to line up in their favor and in their way. Yeah. They're not paying attention to, and they don't want to pay attention to, reality. They don't want to pay attention to reality.
Every single time that has rejected the Democratic Party for damn near 50 years. Excuse me, Lord. So what are we doing? And I think what the party has to do is admit that, it helps when you acknowledge the facts. Admit that and figure out then how do we get the balance right of appealing to the people who consistently turn out for us, who consistently show up for us and have over these last several decades.
How do you have, listen, let me ask you guys this question. If the Democrats have had the black vote since 1960 at 80%, how do you lose touch with that to the point where people have sat out voting for you in mass numbers this election? The Democrats believe that that's something wrong with the voters. This is why they'll never solve their problems. They'll never solve their problems.
And do some persuasion with other people. Because when you talk to people about the issues, what's clear is even the white people who don't vote for us align with us on issues, but they don't like our candidates. And so there's this split that we often have with them. But we've got a lot of work to do on that. And it starts with an admission of the truth. And it starts with, talk to the voters. Because these, with all due respect to our wonderful people on Capitol Hill, they don't have the answers.
Well, Nancy, let me just be clear. I'm going to say it. She ain't going to say it. Nancy Pelosi, everybody talks about how the Speaker Emerita, she's so strategic. She can count. And yes, she did all of that when she was the Speaker in Congress. But my question is, where is your calculator now? Because Democrats are about to lose the dang on House.
Right. Look at Simone Sanders having a meltdown. Shout out to Shatira. Shatira says, sound like they need to get in touch with white folks. Black folks ain't with nowhere. Facts. If you guys agree with Shatira, throw some flames in the chat. Shout out to Hoop Jargon. Hoop Jargon says they just don't get it. Liberals' talking points are outdated like 8-ball jackets. Facts. How long have I been saying that, y'all? how not only liberals, liberal and liberal adjacent talking points. And when I say liberal adjacent, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Liberal and liberal adjacent talking points are dead. They just got the casket closed on them. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with it, bro? Man, that's facts.
For her to sit on this podcast, we would play the sound about how, oh, it's up to the, I don't deal in presidential politics, but she helped orchestrate. I'm going to say it.
This cycle.
She played in presidential politics this cycle, and she helped orchestrate the very public demise of the president.
That's right.
And thank God for Joe Biden that he came out and endorsed his VP.
Thank God for Joe Biden. Thank God for Joe Biden.
You ain't black.
Thank God for Joe Biden.
You ain't black.
We got to ask Simone Sanders a very important question.
I don't think you've changed a thing. Go on, jump.
No, I don't want to jump.
Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you?
Gotta ask her that question, man. Because she's sitting up there sounding like she's smoking crack. You know what I'm saying?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
These people wanted an open primary.
And for where? And when were we going to have an open primary?
Look, she's really mad that they're talking about an open primary. Look at that. Look at that arm. Look at that arm's length. She could probably go, a couple rounds with John Jones for real.
Podcast, we play the sound about how, it's up to the, I don't deal in presidential politics, but she helped orchestrate. I'm going to say it.
This cycle.
She played in presidential politics this cycle, and she helped orchestrate the very public demise of the president.
That's right.
And thank God for Joe Biden that he came out and endorsed his VP, because these people wanted an open primary.
And for where? And when were we going to have an open primary between July 21st when he stepped down and August 20th when the convention was going to happen? When was that going to happen? And anybody who's suggesting that clearly wasn't looking at a calendar.
Well,
neither were they familiar.
I'm looking for the magic wand that apparently the Democrats on Capitol Hill think that we have. I surely hope.
Now, you see this? This is a hot mess. This right here, this is a hot mess. No one's going to watch MSNBC. No one's going to watch MSNBC. You guys are witnessing the death of MSNBC. You know what I'm saying? This is the death. This is the death of MSNBC. It's about to be over for MSNBC. They're gonna completely realign the channel. They're gonna completely realign the channel, and the reason why is because, again, like Hoop Jargon said, and like I've been saying forever, this nonsense, this is outdated. It's outdated. It's done. No one's going to listen to this. Yeah, The View gone. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said appearance is 80% of the presentation. How the heck are you going to get people to take you serious when you look like men? How are you going to let a WW out woman look you? Even aside from any of that, you know what I'm saying? Even aside from any of that, bro, they're not even saying anything coherent. They're not even saying anything coherent. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said it's all Cassie's fault. Shout out to AB. AB said, I demand an apology from Hoop Jargon. The 8-ball jacket was Hey, Hoop, you hear that? You need to apologize to a union member. You know what I'm saying? AV Promotion said, I demand an apology from Hoop Jargon. The 8-ball jacket was a historic piece of hip-hop fashion. Bro, that's like Averex. That's like Averex. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
If this emoji will play, there we go. There we go. Yeah, the computer acting wild, man. The computer acting wild. And again, like this is, man, look. All these people, man, they're all gone. You about to see a mass reconfiguration and a mass exodus of all of these mainstream media outlets. Like, it's about to be wild. It's about to be wild. You ain't never gonna see this ever again. And
the Democrats eke out the majority in the House. But if they don't, I think the people that helped, the people that had so much to say about the president and the vice president earlier this summer, I think that those people need to take a back seat. I think the strategists that obviously fleeced the vice president's campaign and made a whole bunch of money, okay, and get no money to the turnout, they need to take a back seat, okay? They got to get the Robbie Mook treatment. Robbie Mook lost in 2016, and then he was up in Harvard and just came back. Goodbye.
And listen, they got to talk to the folks who were actually doing work on the ground, who were underfunded and overstressed, but who were doing the work on the ground, talking to voters.
That sounds like the Trump campaign that she talking about, because the Trump campaign was on the ground doing work, talking to voters. How many of y'all would agree? It sounds like this little lady here is talking about the Trump campaign, because the Trump campaign was on the ground talking to voters. JD Vance was constantly talking to voters. You know what I'm saying? Look, and that's facts. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said exactly, Rob. But you know, people can get around it. It's pretty privilege in this world, even halfway decent looking privilege. That's how Kamala Harris even got considered. Listen, I'm not even trying to be funny, man, but it's so many surgical and medical interventions for the endemic of ugly. You know what I'm saying? Like the endemic of ugly, like men got to deal with being ugly. If we ugly, we just ugly. You know what I'm saying? We got to do other stuff. But there's no excuse there's no female excuse for not being presentable anymore. It's done. There's elective surgeries, there's cosmetics, like there's no excuse. There's none. Like I said, like you can't, like it's actually even kind of bad. Like you can't even find, like, you know what I'm saying, like you can't even find, like, you know what I'm saying, the people that's facially challenged but got great bodies anymore. That's done. That era is over with. You know what I'm saying? They go pay and get their face fixed. They get a face tuck nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Y'all seen what the face tucks look like, don't you? They have you looking like that doll on the movie Saw, with your cheeks all high up in the air. They get the face tucks nowadays if they looking ugly in the face. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and get no money to the turnout, they need to take a back seat, okay? They got to get the Robbie Mook treatment. Robbie Mook lost in 2016, and then he was up in Harvard and just came back. Goodbye.
And listen, they got to talk to the folks who were actually doing work on the ground, who were underfunded and overstressed, but who were doing the work on the ground, talking to voters. We need their opinions. We need to talk to the voters to do a postmortem.
Can I add just really quickly? And the Democrats have to stop playing the game of representation as a cover, right, for economic policies that are really just simply benefiting the top rich. So you can put out a woman, you can put out a person of color and think that's all you need to do.
A woman or a person of color. Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Yay. Yeah, yo, shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, they mentioned crypto going up since the election in the news today. So I know that you eating good tonight. Bro, if y'all haven't seen that stream that I did on the other channel yesterday, take a look at that stream. Take a look at that stream and take a look at the beginning part of this stream. We was talking about the Solana goals.
There has to be some substantive policies behind that can actually affect the lives of everyday ordinary people. We keep playing the damn game on the Republican field. Let's change the terms of the debate and stop triangulating and playing politics at the margins, because you're going to lose every damn time.
That last part, because that's exactly what's happened. And welcome to our playground.
We are well over time, but it was well worth it. Professor Eddie Glaude Jr., Leah Daughtry, Bishop, thank you both.
Now, I don't think that there was any value in that. There was absolutely no value in that. You know what I'm saying? We just got a good laugh off of that. Now, we're going to take a look at what Hakeem Jeffries has to say, because Hakeem Jeffries has all the answers for us. Did y'all know that? he's got all of the answers for us on why the Democrats lost. So let's take a look and see what he has to say.
1 week nearly after Election Day, votes are still being counted with the control of the House still in the balance. CBS News rates Congress is leaning Republican, which would give Republicans control of the House, the Senate, and the White House for the first time since 2017. So who better to talk right now than, there he is, Democratic.
Hey, I'm gonna give somebody a word of, I'm gonna give everybody a word of advice. If you ever go around Gayle King and she's sad, don't ask her, hey Gayle, why the long face? You know what I'm saying? Because she'll immediately get mad at her mom and dad.
Election Day votes are still being counted with the control of the House still in the balance. CBS News rates Congress is leaning Republican, which would give Republicans control of the House, the Senate, and the White House for the first time since 2017. So who better to talk right now than, there he is, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries joins us at the table. The congressman is also the author.
Shout out to Carla. I appreciate it, Carla. Welcome back. Good to see you too.
Of a new kid's book. It's called The ABCs of Democracy. Leader Jeffries, good morning. Good to have you here 1 week today. We were preparing for the election, and now a lot of people have had a lot of time to digest. So there's a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda. What had happened was, what they needed to have done is. So what's your take on what happened last Tuesday?
Well, the American people have spoken.
Loud
and we have an incoming president, and we've got to, as Democrats, work with the incoming administration whenever and wherever possible, and strongly disagree when necessary. And that's going to be the approach that we take. And we've got to tackle some issues that clearly the American people have indicated are incredibly important to them and their lives, like lowering costs and making sure that we can improve the quality of life for everyday Americans who are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck.
But what happened? I hear what you're saying. What we have to do now is, but what happened? Because for so many people, depending on your point of view, you were either in the fetal position that night or you were doing the hula. Because we kept hearing it's going to be so close. There's no way we're going to know. It may be a couple days.
Why is Gayle King, who is part of the media, asking why the media didn't report the polls correctly? What is she talking about? She's part of the reason. She's part of the reason of the inaccurate reporting. Which, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. She's saying, well, why did we think that it was so close? Because you all were reporting everything wrong, purposely, to try to sway things.
Can improve the quality of life for everyday Americans who are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck.
But what happened? I hear what you're saying. What we have to do now is, but what happened? Because for so many people, depending on your point of view, you were either in the fetal position that night or you were doing the hula. Because we kept hearing it's going to be so close. There's no way we're going to know. It may be a couple days. Be patient. What happened?
Well, America's a resilient nation, and so.
Hey, look, this dude right here. He said, this dude right here. He was like, this coffee so is good. This coffee
just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
For everyday Americans who are struggling to pay.
But what happened? I hear what you're saying. What we have to do now is, but what happened? Because for so many people, depending on your point of view, you were either in the fetal position that night or you were doing the hula. Because we kept hearing it's going to be so close. There's no way we're going to know. It may be a couple days. Be patient. What happened?
Well, America's a resilient nation, and so we're going to get through this political moment and continue to be the greatest country, in my view, in the history of the world. But we have problems that we have to solve. We've got to make sure, of course, that we fix our broken immigration system and we secure the border. We have to make sure that we lower costs and grow the middle class. And we've got to work together. There are times to campaign and engage in the political process. That time has come to an end. And we've got to figure out how we can solve problems on behalf of everyday workers.
But speaking of those two things, the economy and immigration, do you believe that Vice President Harris should have created more of a distinction between what she was going to do up against what the Biden administration is doing?
Well, we'll have an opportunity to engage in after action analysis. And I expect that will happen not just over the next few days, but over the next few weeks and the next few months. It will be required. From our perspective as House Democrats, I think we're going to have a family conversation that needs to be clear-eyed, candid, and comprehensive to figure out.
So now why didn't Hakeem Jeffries answer this guy's question? Why didn't Hakeem Jeffries answer that guy's question?
What happened on election night? Why did it happen? And how do we improve upon the performance in order to put us in the strongest possible position to deliver for the American people moving forward.
But Congresswoman, or Congressman, I was looking at Gail. Gail was making the point that the Democratic Party, America has problems that our leaders need to.
Look, no, look, no, he wasn't. Look.
American people moving forward.
But Congresswoman.
That's wild, man. Why didn't they edit that part out? Why didn't they edit that part out?
Upon the performance in order to put us in the strongest possible position to deliver for the American people moving forward.
But Congresswoman, or Congressman, I was looking at Gail. Gail was making the point that the Democratic Party, America has problems that our leaders need to address, but the party clearly has messaging problems as well. You know, some of the book's ideas actually echo the problems. For W, first of all, the book's great. It's great.
It's fantastic.
W is working families over the well-connected. Democratic Party did really well with the well-connected, didn't do so well with working families. And some people in the Democratic family are already talking about it publicly. They're diagnosing it. Seth Moulton, one of your fellow congressmen, basically said it's woke culture and a certain kind of cultural progressivism. He says,
Uh-oh. How many times have we heard this now? How many times have we heard this now? Getting kind of redundant, right? Getting kind of redundant.
Families over the well-connected. Democratic Party did really well with the well-connected, didn't do so well with working families. And some people in the Democratic family are already talking about it publicly. They're diagnosing it. Seth Moulton, one of your fellow congressmen, basically said it's woke culture and a certain kind of cultural progressivism. He says Democrats are preaching too much and not listening enough. Is he right?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the conversations that we're going to have collectively.
He's having it right now.
What did Hakeem Jeffries come on here for if he's not going to answer any questions? Well, I don't want to answer that question right now because, you know, I could just sit here smiling and having my hands folded and I'm not going to answer any questions. Hakeem Jeffries is just on here to not answer questions.
Well, you know, some of the book's ideas actually echo the problems. For W, first of all, the book's great. It's great.
It's fantastic.
W is working families over the well-connected. Democratic Party did really well with the well-connected, didn't do so well with working families. And some people in the Democratic family are already talking about it publicly. They're diagnosing it. Seth Moulton, one of your fellow congressmen, basically said it's woke culture and a certain kind of cultural progressivism. He says Democrats are preaching too much and not listening enough. Is he right?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the conversations that we're going to have collectively.
He's having it right now at CBS Boston. This is him talking out loud.
No, listen, I understand. And, you know, there are 435 members of the House of Representatives, which means there are 435 independent contractors who at the end of the day are most accountable and should be to the communities that they represent. But we'll have a responsibility as House Democrats to have that conversation about how we move forward. But I do agree with the perspective. We have to put working families over the well-connected. We have to make sure that we can continue to build the greatest middle class ever seen in the history of the world. And clearly, one of the focuses that we need to spend our attention on together collectively,
man, forget this middle class nonsense. I'm trying to become an elite. How many of y'all are trying to become elites? I'm trying to become a power elite. I ain't trying to become no part of no middle class. How many people want to work their entire good years and then, you know, as you're leaving the planet, have a little bit of money to kick around? You might be able to go get you some orange juice for free somewhere and go on a breakfast boat for seniors. How many people want to do that? That's the definition of life. You want to just give your entire good youthful years to some company that doesn't care about you, and then you can die on a cruise ship? How many people want to do that? How many people are tired of that reality? If you're tired of that reality, give me a thumbs up. If you're not tired of that reality, then give me a thumbs down.
As Democrats and Republicans, but as Americans, is making sure that we can drive down the cost of living. It's too high for far too many Americans.
But we were talking as in the break about how Joe Biden is a union president, working class president. So it's not that Democrats didn't have programs and results they could point to say we're helping working families, but people didn't hear it. They felt like David Brooks had a column recently about how Democrats are great on all kinds of inequality, racial, gender inequality, and they don't seem to care at all about class inequality. There's a respect.
Look at that. Now, remember, how many times have you guys heard people say the race versus class arguments are not important and people shouldn't pay attention to them? Well. What's rearing its ugly head again? Shout out to Young Nine. What's good with it, bro? What's rearing its ugly head? It's a lot of interesting things sticking their head up out of the water, ain't it? A lot of interesting things.
It's too high for far too many Americans.
But we were talking as in the break about how Joe Biden is a union president, working class president. So it's not that Democrats didn't have programs and results they could point to say we're helping working families, but people didn't hear it. They felt like, David Brooks had a column recently about how Democrats are great on all kinds of inequality, racial, gender inequality, and they don't seem to care at all about class inequality. There's a respect issue. No?
Well, we clearly care about making life better for everyday Americans, and it drives everything that we do from a policy perspective. But of course, we've got to figure out how we can better connect the policies that we've worked hard to implement under the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris. You know, infrastructure, fixing our crumbling bridges, roads, and tunnels, creating millions of good-paying union jobs. That's putting people first. That was a policy that actually happened. The CHIPS and Science Act, which is designed to bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America, because our jobs for far too long have gone overseas. That was a policy accomplishment.
Now, how many people do you all know that have benefited from this policy and got a job from this policy here? How many people have improved their wealth from this policy here that Hakeem Jeffries is talking about? Let me know.
That is designed to put working class people first. Even standing up a clean energy economy, which is designed to make sure, of course, that we have clean air and clean water, but that clean energy economy creates jobs in the heartland of the United States of America. That was a policy accomplishment.
Where are these jobs at, and who works at them? Who works at these places? Where are these jobs at, and who works at these places?
But we have to better connect why we are doing these things and how it will lead to improving the quality of life of everyday Americans.
It sounds like you're still processing, but were you stunned last Tuesday night? I'm just curious. I know lessons learned and all of that, but were you stunned by what happened last?
Well, we knew going into the election, as Vice President Harris repeatedly stated, including at the convention, this is close, and it's going to be close.
Was it close?
All the way through.
Hey, Gayle King being relentless. Gayle King being relentless.
Harris repeatedly stated, including at the convention, this is close, and it's going to be close.
Was it close?
All the way through. I think at the end of the day, the popular vote will be close. I think it was, an electoral college outcome that most people on the Democratic side didn't expect, because everything broke at the presidential level in terms of Donald Trump's direction.
Will you lay down
the book is great.
Yes.
The book is great. ABCs of Democracy on sale right now.
So yeah, so they're giving him props about his book. You know what I'm saying? And and that's probably because it's not really too much other props to be given. It's not too much other props to be given. You know what I'm saying? It's not too much other props to be given. The Democrats failed royally, and if you ask me, the Democrats failing royally is not only a result of Kamala Harris and her poor performance. It's also a result of her campaign, and it's also a result of how pathetic the mainstream media was and how they completely gaslit everybody. They completely gaslit everybody, completely detached from reality. And again, this is a cold lesson in what reality detachment will get you. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Guess what? More great content coming up for y'all later on. All right, so make sure you guys got the bell icon hit twice. Make sure you guys are subscribed to all the backup channels. All right, got a video that this live stream will take you right into, so don't move a muscle. Make sure that you guys show some love to the stream sponsors. We have 5 of them. Definitely appreciate them. Shout out to my man DSB. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to John Guillory. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Maxima for the return. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to the specialist, and shout out to my man AB Promotions. Definitely appreciate it. The same way I appreciate each and every one of you. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour, got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this bitch like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on my knee. That's on Kiwi. That's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me. Come and see me. I been dodging all that fake. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature? That's like every other week. Talk behind my back. I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this light. Hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey, I'm really him. Hold up.